I just realized my microphone wasn't on the entire time for all of that. Not used to live streaming, kind of boomering it up, you know? Sorry about that. Right? Anyway, so let's where was I going? Where was I going with it? Oh yes. My name is Trevor Brown and I am the CEO and editor-in-chief of Acropolis News Network, news from the Acropolis. And well, I could call myself that because it's my company. I could give myself whatever position I want, and I'm streaming from home. And I had a bit of a snag this morning, but it's okay. Not going to talk about it on the internet. It's no one else's business but my own. But yeah, so I'm going to do live coverage of the recall election. The first segment is going to be about the nonsense. So you can see this article right here. Larry Elder, the black face of white supremacy, whatever, whatever that means. And yeah, so I'm just gonna get right into it. There's a Discord link right in the description. I'll see everyone in 2 minutes, you know. But yeah, I gotta make sure I gotta prep the Discord server. So yeah, talk to you guys in a second or two, or 2 minutes. I'll see you in 2 minutes. I did it again. I did. Oh God, I'm gonna have to read this goddamn article again, aren't I? I did it again. My microphone was off for a second time. Ah, ah, Christ. Okay. This is an article from the LA Times. Column: Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. You've been warned. I've already done a rant and a tangent about how this article is nonsense, but I'm gonna have to do it again. Alright, anyway, Larry Elder smugged the smug smile of a black conservative who could very well be liberal California's next governor. Where do you start with the damage Gavin Newsom has done to the state that we both love? He leaned forward to gaze across the room of lowercase w Republicans who had come up, lowercase w in white Republicans who had come up to hear him speak in Orange County. Right? Keep in mind, capital B black, when they do this, and I've already ranted about this. I already have ranted about this, but I'm gonna have to do it again, and I'm just gonna have to do it again and get it over with, right? When they do things like okay, first off, race is not a proper noun. Second, there was this article from a institution called Journalist Resource. Basically, they used a capital B black in relation to that. That is also in relation to skin color, because anyone who uses that journalistic resource has effectively taken the exact same position as the Daily Stormer, but in regards to race relations. And what I mean by this is that's what the Daily Stormer believes. It is a actual legitimate white supremacy news station. And I'm going to use the term news very loosely because it's not really a news station. It's an opinion editorial from a bunch of losers. I'm just gonna put it that way. It's an opinion editorial from a bunch of losers. And when they do the capital B in black but the lowercase w in white, this is because they mean politically black. They don't mean skin color, and they don't mean like my sound foam things. Acoustic foams. They don't mean that kind of black. They mean skin color, and they mean giving a political connotation to the skin color, right? In the name of ending white supremacy. Rising crime, it's because of this phony narrative that the police are engaging in systemic racism and cops are pulling back, Elder said. When you reduce the possibility of a bad guy getting caught, getting convicted, and getting incarcerated, guess what? Crime goes up. You will notice that in this apparently white supremacist tirade, right? Let me just keep in mind that in California, there are plenty of Republicans here who aren't white. I thought I'd just let everyone know this, okay? Especially in Orange County. Orange County has plenty of non-white people, and if the LA Times wasn't a bunch of racial supremacists, they would have just done a tiny little Google search. Would have taken them 5 seconds, right? And they wouldn't have wrote this. But if everyone's getting along and everyone has the intelligence to look something up for 5 seconds, well, then you can't have a capital B. You can't have capital B black, lowercase w in white, or vice versa. You can't have political relations with regards to skin color, and you cannot openly advocate for racial power like a bunch of racial supremacists. Anyway, another smile. This one was even more smug than the last. And I'd just like to mention that, and I've already mentioned this before, even though you guys didn't hear it because my microphone was off, right? I'm going to have to get better at this. This is totally not opinionated. This is completely biased journalism, saying something is a smug smile without even sourcing the smile. You know, like, people can see, and we could tell a smug smile from a regular smile, you know, but whatever. For instance, if this is a smug smile. You know, anyway, I won't lie, few things infuriate me more than watching a capital B black person use willful blindness and cherry-picked facts to make oversimplistic arguments that whitewash the complex problems that come along with being capital B black in America. This is because systemic racism is nonsense. It is a self-fulfilling loop where the argumentation for the conclusion is in and of itself the conclusion. People who are proponents of systemic racism say systemic racism exists because the institutions in our country are systemically racist. Let me just check the thing. Okay. All right. I already read that. And throughout his career as a radio host, as a talking head for Fox News, and as a gubernatorial candidate, Elder has made a point of doing just that, usually with a lot of taunting of toddler-like name-calling of his ideological enemies. What is their source? What is the LA Times' source for this? The LA Times source is the LA Times. Nothing says unbiased journalism like a news station citing themselves for their own with an opinion editorial in the name of unbiased journalism. Anyway, whatever. As longtime political consultant Kerman Maddox put it, Larry Elder goes out of his way to be at odds with the leadership in the capital B Black community and at odds with the thinking of the capital B Black community. Yes, because race is a monolith, so says the LA Times, because the LA Times have taken the position of the Daily Stormer on race relations. Unbelievable, right? Like a lot of capital B Black people, and I'm not saying this, I'm reading this from the LA Times, okay? Though I've learned that it's often best just to ignore people like Elder, people who are, as my dad used to say, skin folk, but not necessarily kinfolk. That is not me saying this. That is the LA Times. The LA Times has the position of race relations as the Daily Stormer, right? That's certainly how many of LA's capital B Black community and politically powerful have tried to deal with him over the years. As the Times once wrote of Representative Maxine Waters, refusal to be a guest on Larry Elder's radio talk show, why should she boost the ratings of a man who ridicules her by mixing a recording of a barking dog over her sound bites? Well, that which has no evidence backing it can be dismissed with zero evidence. So you probably should have cited this. Let's take a look at the thing with the LA Times. It's blocked by a paywall. Because of course it is. So you can't even do it if you wanted to. Right? But with polls showing that nearly half of likely voters, and also it's the LA Times once again citing the LA Times. So, whatever. But with polls showing that nearly half of likely voters support recalling Newsom and that Elder is in the lead to replace him, ignoring the self-proclaimed sage from South Central is no longer a viable strategy, particularly for capital B Black people. Yes, because there's absolutely in no way, no possibility whatsoever that a Black person would like Larry Elder. For the same reason, there is and that reasoning is equally true for all races. Oh, wait, the LA Times is a bunch of Black supremacists, and they believe that their own race is a monolith. Anyway, it's not just that Larry Elder would be a Trump fanboy Republican trying to run a state dominated by Democrats, or that he has zero experience in elected office and clearly doesn't have the temperament for governance. He doesn't even take questions from journalists without losing his cool. What is their source for this? Is it the LA Times? It's the LA Times. The LA Times makes a claim, and then their source is, of course, the LA Times. Ad nauseum. Repeat and repeat. Right? It's that perhaps out of spite, or perhaps out of an insatiable need for attention, no source given, Elder opposes every single public policy idea that's supported by capital B Black people to help capital B Black people. Yes, because incentivizing the welfare state even more than it already is, effectively making the government, the state, the parents, the breadwinner in the family, right? There's no conceivable reason any Black person would ever be against that in any way whatsoever, and that is because, so says the LA Times, by how they're writing their articles, race is a monolith, and that includes Black people. So because race is a monolith, this is just the most absurd, stupid, nonsensical thing. Anyway, we have been having a series of real uncomfortable discussions about systemic racism in institutions across the state, said Senator Sidney Kamlager, I don't know how to pronounce that, about how to really peel back the layers of ignorance or ineptitude so that we could deal with them in very real ways. And Larry Elder is someone who just fundamentally does not believe in systemic racism. Yes, that is because Larry Elder believes in these things called facts. And because he believes in these things called facts, he's not going to accept the axiomatic presuppositions from a bunch of race nationalists. LA Times. Ridiculous. He also apparently doesn't believe that racial profiling exists, despite telling the Times editorial board that police pulled him over between 75 and 100 times. The first year he had his driver's license. New drivers make mistakes. Did you know this? Did you know that it's possible for a driver with less experience than someone who's an experienced driver to be pulled over by the police? No. That's just systemic racism. Elder scoffs at many efforts to reform the criminal justice system and to root out racial bias in policing by requiring more transparency and accountability from officers. Instead, he keeps touting out statistics that purport to show the capital B black people are particularly prone to murder. First off, Larry Elder being not a racist. I don't know why I have to explain this to people. He would not say capital B black people. And, well, he keeps trotting out statistics that purport, well, that which has no evidence to support it can be dismissed with no evidence, but I'm going to contend with it for a second. That's possibly in relation to FBI crime statistics, and by the way, that is because anyone who lives in cities, all demographics, right? If you live in a city, every demographic that lives in cities, right? Crime for each demographic is high in every demographic because, and I know this may sound strange to people, right? Highly dense populated areas in the United States are densely populated, which means people are at each other's throats more, which means there's less resources to go around than, say, a rural area where everyone has their own farm. If you just drop the racial supremacy bullshit, LA Times, this stuff becomes simple and reasonable, and you can have a conversation about it. You cannot say, oh, I don't know, go on tangents that a black person is the face of white supremacy, as whatever. Do we still have the phenomenon where young black men is 8 times more likely to be killed by another black man than a young white man? And again, look at this. They're even capital B black for his first quote for his quotes. Larry Elder would never capitalize the race. He would never overemphasize the race, unlike the racial supremacists at the LA Times. He told the Republicans in Orange County, if the answer to those series of questions is yes, I would submit to you that systemic racism is not the problem. Wow, it's almost as if Larry Elder is, I don't know, some combination of empiricist. You know, it's almost as if when he looks to the world and he sees a phenomenon, right? He doesn't blame a different phenomenon for the phenomenon he's seeing. Wow, what a shock. What a surprise. I gotta check the chat. For everything real quick. Sound. I hope it's fixed now. Yeah. And if you're watching this on Odysee or DLive, I just thought I'd let everyone know that it's what is it? That in not only the description of the live stream, but on the comment section of the live stream, I put the. You know what? I should let me do this. Oh, oops. Let me just remove that. Okay, there we go. Now let me go to this, and then I'll go to invite. And I'll copy that. Okay, there we go. And now I'll go to, where where's YouTube? YouTube's right here. And then I'll paste. Okay. There we go. Now I can get back to it. Wait, let me check the Odysee chat real quick. Okay, Odysee chat's good. No one's fighting in the comment sections. That's always good too. All right, let's get back. Wait, that's the wrong tab. There we go. Let's get back into it. Elder mocks critical race theory, though I'm not sure he understands what it actually is. That doesn't bode well for ethnic studies in California. Yes, if your field of study is effectively astrology and racial supremacy moshed together, you know, you're probably not going to get much funding. I don't know why taxpayer funds goes to racial supremacy, goes to ideologies of racial supremacy, but whatever, right? If he's elected, the task force studying reparations for capital B Black Californians would be toast, as would yet unsigned bills to allow police officers to be decertified for misconduct would lose support community-based alternatives to 911. That which is, I don't know how many times I have to say this, that which is given zero evidence, what is that Christopher Hitchens quote? That which is given zero or little evidence to support it can be dismissed with zero or limited evidence, right? Then there's Larry Elder's views on masks for COVID-19. It's particularly telling that a week ago as the time of the article this was written, a who's who of capital B Black elected officials, from members of Congress to the LA City Council, lined up at Gettr Community Health Center to urge capital B Black Angelenos to get vaccinated. The rates continue to be abysmal as capital B Black people are still dying disproportionately. I am so sick and tired of this racial supremacy bullshit from the LA Times, and I'm not even halfway done with the article. Not even halfway done, right? Elder, meanwhile, was off somewhere tweeting his grievances over masks and vaccine. Wait for it, drum roll please. Right? Mandates. He's not anti-mask or anti-vaccine, he's anti-vaccine mandates. It's almost as if these leftists are a bunch of lying shills. It's almost as if these people have gone from punch a Nazi to papers, please in less than a month. I wonder how that happened. Right? Promising that as governor, he will repeal those before I have my first cup of coffee, and I don't drink coffee. Well, Larry Elder, I don't drink coffee either. Coffee is incredibly unhealthy for you. And, this guy just sounds based. So, right? And finally, a link provided that's not from the LA Times. There we go, from Costa Mesa Brief. All right, finally, a non-LA Times link in the article, right? I would have asked Elder to explain his views, but his campaign hasn't returned my messages. I wonder why Larry Elder is the blackface of white supremacy article. I wonder why he wouldn't want to give you the time of day. However, I'm fairly certain he would say his thinking is the result of being free and independent, rather than the believer in the victimhood messaging that's supposedly perpetrated by Democrats. I'm fairly certain he would say his thinking is. So much partisanship. So much partisanship in this partisan smear. Ridiculous. He'd also probably say, what is it with this? That which is claimed with zero or little evidence can be dismissed with zero or little evidence, right? I believe that many policies that have been implemented by the left often have the best intentions, but have disproportionately negative effects on Black America, Larry Elder said. That's true. That's true. If you look at wealth in proportion to population, income, and inflation from even 1970, like, it's gotten worse today, right? So unless you're going to make the argument that racism in race relations in this country have been worse since the passing of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, well, then you've officially taken the position on race relations since the Daily Stormer. I have to move on. Let's go on to this news. Isn't any less depressing. It's not, and I don't know why I have to explain this. Let me check the thing. All right. Breaking. Larry Elder attacked by, and you know what? Even though it's from Jack Posobiec, I'm gonna ignore his thing. It says white in the white liberals. I'm gonna ignore it. And I'm also gonna say this: they're not liberals. They're leftists. Liberals do not coerce, they convince. Leftists do not believe in racial power, and they do not believe in violence in pursuit of political aims. Also, I'd like to mention, here's this, hang on, let me get something clear. Here's this lady in a gorilla mask throwing eggs at Larry Elder while wearing a gorilla mask. This is a hate crime. This is an actual hate crime. I shouldn't laugh. I should not laugh. Hang on, I don't care about the volume. I shouldn't laugh. Oh my god. And there's a totally normal, rational human being totally not intimidating a member of Larry Elder's staff. Right? And look, this article is from Newsmax. I was planning on just doing a bunch of left-wing articles or center-left articles just to super hammer on the point home, just to really hammer this point home, right? But anyway, let's read this Newsmax article. Biden, California gubernatorial candidate Larry Elder, a Trump clone. President Joe Biden called California Republican gubernatorial candidate Larry Elder a clone of former President Trump during a campaign rally of Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom on Monday. I would just like to mention the distinct lack of racial supremacy in this Newsmax article. Thank you, Newsmax, for giving me a reprieve of nonpartisanship while openly calling yourself a partisan news station. We live in a world of nonsense. I'm just gonna say that Biden made his assertion a day before state voters decide whether to recall Newsom from office. The Washington Examiner reported. So here's the thing: Newsmax isn't citing Newsmax for their own reporting. Unlike the LA Times, the supposedly non-biased journalism, whatever, I'm moving on, right? He's a clone of Donald Trump, Biden said of Elder, a conservative talk show host. You can imagine him being the governor of the state. You can't let it happen. There's too much at stake. Biden proceeded to say Elder would follow Trump's stance on issues such as the coronavirus pandemic, women's rights, and climate change. The governor is not the god of California. If Gavin Newsom gets recalled, and I'm only saying this because the polls close at 8, it's currently 150, right? If Gavin Newsom gets recalled and then Larry Elder gets elected, right? Larry Elder becomes not the god of California, but the governor of California. And as the governor of California, if he proposes legislation, right, what will happen is that legislation goes, right, and then if it's deemed unconstitutional for the California Constitution or the Constitution, right, there is a, did you know that there is a I'm saying this to Biden, right? Did you know that just like with the country at large, right, there's a Supreme Court for the country, there's also a Supreme Court in each state. There's also elected officials other than the governor in each state. Unbelievable, unbelievable. If you didn't keep Gavin Newsom as your governor, you'll get Donald Trump. It's not a joke, Biden told the crowd. A Republican governor blocking progress on COVID-19, who's also anti-woman, anti-worker, a climate denier who doesn't believe in choice. The choice should be absolutely clear. He told the crowd. All right, so it just links the speech that he gave. That which is claimed without zero evidence can be dismissed with zero evidence. I've effectively taken the new atheist position, but in regards to politics. Let me continue, right? If you keep Gavin Newsom as your governor, you'll get Donald Trump. It's not a joke, Biden told the crowd. Oh, if you don't keep... Oh, hang on. I already wrote that article. The president ended his remarks by claiming that retaining Newsom as governor would make sure Donald Trump's dark, destructive, divisive politics never finds a place in California. Larry Elder spending so much time dividing people. That's why he has all these partisan smear campaigns against him. That's why he's the victim of a hate crime, and it's because he's clearly... Hang on, let me go over this too, right? Radio host Larry Elder sues over being blocked from California recall ballot. That's right, in July, right? He was blocked from being on the recall ballot because reasons. Because reasons. And all of this is, of course, happening because Larry Elder is just it's so divisive. In fact, he's so divisive, that's why everyone else is preemptively retaliating against him, you know? Ridiculous, right? We also, this is going on YouTube, and I have to abide by YouTube's editorial policies, and for once, it doesn't matter because what I have to say falls in line with their editorial policies on YouTube's supposed platform. Anyway, look, there's this place in San Fernando Valley where residents who said that they were voted were saying that, well, they were being told by the administrators or whatever, the election officials that were in their poll stations or whatever, effectively made the argument that they already voted, and then they, of course, didn't already vote. That's why they're going to vote, and it just seems to be a glitch. It actually is. It actually is a glitch. All right, and then here's another thing for live polls. We won't be getting data for a while, but I'm checking two polls. I forgot to pull that. All right. Here we go. Let's get back to Biden, right? Let's work together to find out whether or not the election tomorrow is a fair election, Larry Elder said in an NBC interview, and it's of course referring to this, and it's also referring to this. Now, I manage on my endeavors on non-Silicon Valley social media platforms, the Liberty platforms, if you will, right? Platforms that are actually platforms and don't have editorial policies. The only laws and rules that they have is in regards to following the First Amendment. And that's cool of them, and I like them, and that's why I'm building my career on these Liberty platforms, right? More election fraud in the California recall election. Man arrested with a firearm. This was recovered by the Torrance police in California, where they found he had a Glock. We have a Second Amendment right in California, like every other state, so him having a gun isn't a problem. He also had Xanax in his car, and I'm not entirely sure whether or not that was a prescription or not. He also had methamphetamines and ballots, hundreds of ballots in his car. And, well, that's a bit sus, right? And we also, and that's just what's going on so far. That's some of the allegations of voter irregularities surrounding the election, and these are some of the there are other partisan smears, of course, mostly by the LA Times, but this is the main one, and this is the hate crime that happened to him. And I thought I'd cover that, but for now, I'm going to take a temporary break. We'll be on soon. I'm going to get a glass of water, and then we'll go over the budget differences between Larry Elder's campaign and Gavin Newsom's campaign. And yeah, I'll see you in about like 20 minutes or so. Yeah. It's
Long ago, a wonderful place existed. The Athenians called it the Acropolis. Free expression, ethics, art, philosophy. The Acropolis heralded the democracy. But if I told you the Acropolis has returned, Acropolis News. News from the Acropolis.
And we're back. Let me just make sure that neither of them are playing real quick. We are right, brand spanking back to the live show with the live coverage of the California recall election. I just went over the most partisan of partisan smear campaigns to ever partisan smear against Larry Elder from the LA Times, a supposed non-biased journalist institution. I also went over one of the hate crimes, I'm saying one of the hate crimes, but this is, of course, the only one that I know of, where a lady in a gorilla mask threw an egg at Larry Elder, and then a totally sane, rational person then got into the face and threatened to assault a member of Larry Elder's staff. I also went over just a bunch of other things, right? But what I'd like to get into is even CNN admits this, right? The point from CNN Politics, right? This Democrat governor thinks his own COVID-19 rules don't apply to him. This was the start of the recall election campaign to recall Gavin Newsom. And before I begin with this, please make sure you check the Discord link in the description if you want to call in. I'm accepting call-ins, right? I'm currently in the live show. I'm currently in the call-in thing for the voice channel. It's invite only, so as you're hanging out in general, and then I'll bring you on to the live show. Let's get as many people as we possibly can for this. All right, let's jump into it. CNN on Monday, California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom announced that. Wait, is my microphone on? Is my microphone on? Okay, I didn't do it a third time. Okay. Oh, on Monday, California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom announced that amid rising COVID-19 cases in his state that he would be pulling the emergency brake on reopening plans. On the same day, he apologized for, at best, skirting his own rules when it came to mitigating the spread of COVID-19. Blah, 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 blah. Photos obtained by Fox 11. He was at Martha's Vineyard, maskless, surrounded by a group of rich donors, because Gavin Newsom has rules that apply for thee, but not for me. That's what most COVID-19 rules are for Gavin Newsom. In fact, all COVID-19 rules for Gavin Newsom. And none wearing the photos, blah, blah, blah. I made a mistake, Newsom said, by way of apology on Monday. I should have stood up and drove back to my house. The spirit of what I'm preaching all the time was contradicted. I need to preach and practice, not just preach. Yes to all of that. Blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately for Newsom, this episode of Do What I Say, Not As I Do is likely to negatively color his overall handling of the virus. You think, CNN? Which, to this point, had won plaudits from many, including me, the guy writing the article, right? Newsom was the first governor in the county to issue a stay-at-home, first governor in the country to issue a stay-at-home order on March 19th, and was generally quite proactive in his response to the virus, blah, 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 right? He didn't follow his own rules, and then something... And then now he's facing the consequences for it, right? This is very obvious. What is clearly and obviously happening to Larry Elder, right? This is how politics works. Politicians do things. They get in positions of power. They do stupid things with that power, and then people get angry with them, and then they get a new politician, and that politician goes into power, and they do something stupid with that power. Rinse, repeat. It's part and parcel of any democratized system. It just kind of, or any system where there's anyone in any position of power that just happens. It's fine. No need to overthink it, right? Well, here's the thing. According to his website, stop the Republican recall. And I'm going to get into the differences in just, first off, in budget between Larry Elder's campaign website and Gavin Newsom's campaign budget, and a lot of the nonsense that's gone with it, and how Larry Elder is far more independent than Gavin Newsom. But before I do, let's see if there's any updates with the polls. First, I want to check the Washington Post, because the Washington Post, believe it or not, wasn't actually that bad in 2020. They didn't do terribly. Is there any data from any counties Oh, let me get rid of the candidates. Is there any data from any counties whatsoever? No, there's not. San Bernardino, any data? Nope. Okay. All right, let's check a local news station. A local news station might have something. Nope. Nope. They don't have anything. Okay. I don't really care about the candidates. What matters is the yes or no. Is he getting recalled or not? Let's see. Are they covering it right now? Can't even tell. It's not embedded all too well. Oh. Okay. So it happens as soon as. All right. All right. Fair enough. Let's check the. All right. Nope. Nope. Where's where is it? There it is. Since I'm getting in a small influx on YouTube, D Live, and Odysee, a small influx, not much, I'd just like to let everyone know that you can call in for the live show, and it'd be really cool because I have one more thing scheduled to go through, and then after that, it's literally just waiting for several hours. So if you're watching this, I'm gonna set the thing to we'll be right back. I'll set it for 5 minutes this time, or like less than 5 minutes. And if you're watching this, do check the Discord server. It'd be really cool if we could definitely get into doing that. So yeah, I'll see you guys all in less than 5 minutes. Let's get that rolling.
Long ago, a wonderful place existed. The Athenians called it the Acropolis. Free expression, ethics, art, philosophy. The Acropolis heralded the democracy. But if I told you the Acropolis has returned. Acropolis News. News from the Acropolis.
I actually did that for a third time. Okay, good news is I caught it immediately. Welcome back to the third segment of this, and I thought I'd be getting some live viewers. I do have some people that have joined the server so far, but they don't seem to want to call in, I guess, but they've joined the server. I would like to mention that I have a guest coming on at about 5 o'clock, which would be really cool, but yeah, but I'm going over the poll. I thought there at least be some data to go over. I really thought there would be some data to go over, man. Oh well. Right, I thought if I'm gonna be doing this, right? May as well plug the stuff that I do. My name is Trevor Brown, and I am an independent media analyst and liberal democracy advocate, and I'm on these Silicon Valley alternatives. They're called alternative tech sometimes. I prefer the term liberty media because that's exactly what they are, right? It's liberty for the individual, the media, right? But for social media. Here's my Odysee account, and I have what is it? I have multiple channels. Let me go to channels, right? I have my business, which is Acropolis News, where I'm currently live on right now, as well as YouTube if you're watching this on YouTube, or Odysee if you're watching this on Odysee. Bit of a disconnect. Sorry about that. If you're watching this on YouTube, this is where I'm at. If you're watching this on DLive, I'm also right here as well. And let's go back to channels real quick. Here is another channel of mine. It's called TJT Culture. It's where I back up my video essay content. I've done various things on like a bunch of different topics. I have this one where I basically argue that fascists and commies, I know this is a very shocking opinion, this is a very controversial opinion, but Nazis and communists are both bad, and for communists to essentially go, what we're doing is anti-fascist action, well, yes, but why should I have to choose between diarrhea and manure? Why would I want to choose that? I want a cake. I want a nice, juicy, delicious, I don't know, ice cream Oreo cookie cake. Everybody loves those, right? I also did a video essay on a scene from Attack on Titan because I could not stop thinking about the scene from Attack on Titan. It's so good on so many dimensions, and you could check out TJT Culture on Odysee, right? I also did a little video thing on the differences between or I guess rather why you should join non-Silicon Valley platforms. And when Super Straight was a bit topical, was a topic that was going on, right? Well, then a couple months later, I did a video essay on it because there was something about the Super Straight debate that no one was talking about, and I felt like I had to talk about it, right? And then I have on my main channel on Odysee, I have this just Trevor, it's my name, hello, right? And this is where I do recaps of the news. And what I also do is on each of these videos, I introduce what I like to call frame checking. This is where I go over articles and stuff relating to the news. Three segments. These videos are about 10 to 20 minutes long. And on these articles also, on these videos, which is also available on Minds and Rumble, right? And a few other platforms too, but I don't really plug them because they're more archive sites. If any of my videos are ever deleted for whatever reason, I need to pull from them, right? And let me just go back to this other channel of mine really quick. Let's go to Acropolis News, and then we'll go to okay, let's go to channels and then click Acropolis News, right? This is where Acropolis News is. Now, what I've done is I've gathered about 4 gigabytes worth of stock music and stock footage that I come together with some words on them as well. This way you can get your news, you can get a recap of the news, but the news from the Acropolis specifically is designed to be non-opinionated news. Now I go over to, and I also have some original reporting and things like that, but let me also, while I'm at it, plug my brand spanking new website, Acropolis News, news from the Acropolis. Got a quote from Aristotle. Big fan of Aristotle lately, you know, where it also plugs in all my videos. That's archived from June onwards. Couldn't get any further than that for various reasons, where I have my RSS feeds from my This Is Trevor account. I have my RSS feeds from Acropolis News, and I also have my RSS feeds from my TJT Culture account. But what I also do is I write articles. What I like to do is I like to write articles on things that are topical with current events in regards to politics, but things that people aren't talking about or things that might happen in the future. This is an article I threw together called "Is Cancel Culture Decentralizing the Internet?" And now if you want to read this, you'll just have to go to Acropolis News and check it out for yourself. I gotta check the chat, but after I'm done checking the chat, I'll go over the absolutely insane nonsense that's on Gavin Newsom's recall election thing. Right? Let me check DLive. Where's Odysee? Oh yeah, that's right. I have Odysee in another browser. Okay, everything's good. No, it's fine in the chat. I love to see it. I love to see no one fighting in the chat. That's always good. That's always nice. Right, let's jump on into it. Let's not do Larry Elder's first, because this one is going to take longer. And again, if you're watching this, just like to let everyone know that there is a Discord link not only in the chat, not only in the top of the chat of everywhere this is currently live, it's also in the description of each of these live streams. And I plan on doing these live streams more often, maybe every Saturday, who knows, right? So we have this. It's a bunch of headlines from the LA Times, right? And we just went over I guess about an hour and a half ago, we went over just how nonpartisan the LA Times is being with this, right? They're saying, say no to the California recall. There's RNC funding from Washington, D.C. We'll get into all this, right? But first off, I'd like to show this. Look at the budget. Look at the budget of this website. I'm about to scroll down. There's a lot of stuff behind this. Look at how it's formatted. Look at all these videos embedded. Look at the visual effects that have gone onto the thing. All right, $250 invested in the recall from Republicans. Oh my God, right? Who's behind the recall? A partisan Republican coalition of national Republicans, we'll get into that in a second, anti-vaxxers, QAnon conspiracy theorists, and anti-immigrant Trump supporters. That which is claimed with zero evidence can be dismissed with zero evidence. But first, let's, in their own words, a group of national Republicans, okay? What are national Republicans? Here's the first result. The National Republican Party, also known as the Anti-Jacksonian Party or simply Republicans, was a political party in the United States that evolved from a faction of the Democrat-Republican Party that supported John Quincy Adams in the 1824 presidential election. Let's go at it a bit further. So they're opposed to the Jacksonian Democrats, is what we have so far. Right? That stems from the Whig Party. Now, it should be worth mentioning that Whigs, right? People have this interpretation that the Whigs Party was like, oh, they're blah, 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 blah. They're a bunch of establishment, whatever, right? Whigs are classical liberals. And classical liberalism is a fairly revolutionary philosophy, and it's been... It's so... Oh my god. It's so stupid. The National Republicans were the union that beat the Confederacy. It's what they eventually became. Oh man, these anti-slavery Republicans are these anti-slavery Republicans are oh, this is stupid. Far-right movements like QAnon, Times investigation, right? The LA Times, right? The nonpartisan thing, right? Big Trump donors. This is so insane. Look at the budget on this, and we'll get into Larry Elder's campaign website in a second, but you can honestly do an entire thing all on its own, by itself, with just this campaign website, all right? President Joe Biden. Okay. Let's see, right? Who's behind the recall? We already got into that. Recall opponents, right? Remember all that stuff from DC, right? President Joe Biden in DC, Vice President Kamala Harris, who's in DC, Senator Alex Padilla, Senator Padilla, right? Senator Bernie Sanders, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator Cory Booker, Stacey Abrams, Kerry Porter, and Representative is the H silent in that Ro Khanna, or however you pronounce that, right? It's a bunch of stuff going in it, right? Look at what happens when I click donate, right? Look at what it's powered by. Act Blue. This recall election is a partisan Republican attack. Be sure to donate to Act Blue, right? Be sure to donate to Act Blue. You know, I'm sure it's all nothing, right? Now, here's the thing. You've seen the budget for the website. You've seen the graphics that are made for this website. This is one... Look, here's the thing. Let's go to copy image and put the image right here, right? This is a multi-layered PNG. This is a custom multi-layered PNG image, okay? This was custom made. This costs money to make. This is expensive, okay? We've already went over the visual effects on there. I don't know why it has footage of the Capitol riot on here for the recall election that's on the other side of the country, but whatever, right? And here's another. Let's go to not copy image address, and let's go to another here, to the thing here. This is another PNG image. This is another custom made PNG image, okay? Look at how the website is formatted, right? Well, here's the thing. But before we get into who made this very, very, very high budget website, okay? This costs easily in the ballpark of $5,000. Very, very easily, right? This is paid for by the Republican recall of Governor Gavin Newsom. Or sorry, stop the Republican recall. So this is paid for part by the organization, right? Committee major funding from Democrat Governors Association. Right? Let's open a new tab and search it, right? National Democrat Governors Association. This is another really high budget website, right? Where's the website powered by? Made with creatives with a conscience, another partisan activist organization. And they work exclusively with Democrats to achieve Democrat ends. That's who this group is, right? Back to the Stop the Republican Recall page. Who is Reed Hastings? Let's search that in a new tab. Wilmot Reed Hastings Jr. is an American businessman. He is the co-founder, chairman, and co-executive officer. Am I recording audio with the microphone? Okay, cool. And co-chief executive officer of Netflix. He sits on a number of boards and nonprofit organizations from a former member of the California State Board of Education. Hastings is an advocate for education reform through the charter schools, blah, 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 right? This guy is a man made of money. This guy is a part of, he's literally like Great Gatsby, old money kind of money, okay? And I don't even like The Great Gatsby. That's a very terrible book, right? Also, the California Democrat Party. I don't need to look this up because we already know. Stop the partisan Republican election, so says the partisan Democrat Party. Ah, I see. Right? Let's see who made the site. Site's made by Middle Seat, right? This digital firm for progressive causes and candidates. Another totally, completely nonpartisan institution that seeks to be a means of doing partisan smear of being a part of partisan smears. Okay. That's ridiculous. We'll be back on another 5 to 10 minute break. I do apologize. I gotta keep this rolling for 7 hours. And if you're watching this on the if you're watching this anywhere, right? Again, make sure I'm going to be accepting calls as soon as I come back, so do be sure to participate in the calls for the live stream. Otherwise, I'll be forced to plug my content again. Okay? All right. Let's do it.
long ago. A
So not only was my microphone not on, my overhead light was not on. Okay, let's jump right along on into it. Let's refresh. This page is one county. One county, even kind of, sort of ish, maybe there. Oh my god, stupid paywalls. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, come on. Oh, come on. Anything. Okay. Let's try this. I don't care for the candidates. Okay. Where's the tab that I clicked for polls? Because if not, I'm just gonna okay, come on. Okay. Alright. So none of the polls are in right now, which means that I'm just gonna wait an hour before I'm just gonna wait an hour and just sorry, I thought there'd be at least some preliminary data at least would be in by now, but I guess not. So I'm just gonna let this play through. I'll put this longer video on repeat, and yeah, I do apologize. So yeah. Wait, no. There we go.
Long ago, a wonderful place existed. The Athenians called it the Acropolis. Free expression, ethics, art, philosophy. The Acropolis heralded the democracy. But if I told you the Acropolis has returned. Acropolis News. News from the Acropolis.
Okay, there it is. All right. And we are back to this live stream. But before we get started, let me just plug this. This is my Locals account, and on Locals you can see all my video essays live, days, sometimes even weeks before they go live everywhere else. So do check it out. Right now, I wanted to give a very, very, very tiny and small history lesson. All right, you ready? The Acropolis. Am I recording? Am I recording audio? Recording audio. Okay, I don't want that to happen again to me. Right? The Acropolis was the cultural hub of, ancient Greece, right? The cultural hub of the city-state of Athens, right? And in Athens, like I said, there was the Acropolis, and it's this place, this cultural hub where a bunch of music, poetry, the books and things like that, all this stuff was written in the Acropolis. It's sort of what we would call today a university, but it was more, it was the ancient Greeks, so there was slightly more leisure to it, but this is where Plato and Aristotle and Diogenes and all those people, right? They had their debates about philosophy and ethics and stuff like that. And I thought, you know what? Why not bring it to the 21st century? Why not bring it to the 21st century with this right here? And before I get started with this next segment of Acropolis News Live or whatever, however, and whatever I want to call it, not entirely sure yet. Not even entirely sure I'll be doing this fairly often or at all forever. But yeah, there is a Discord link in the description. I've said this a couple times now, but on that Discord link in the description, you can join in, call in for 5 to 10 minutes, give her 2 cents, wherever you are in the world, as long as I can understand you, should be, or okay, as long as I can understand you and it's in English, because, well, my audience is predominantly English speakers. Anyway, let's get on into it. Now, there is a lot of talk about vaccine passports in the United States. A lot of talk about it. And, that's fine. Any democratized system is going to be talking about something, debating something. But what people aren't exactly talking about, especially with Texas signing that abortion law, what they're not talking about is something actually very interesting. I'm going to look up the word privacy. Forgot that. Privacy. Right. The word privacy is mentioned 26 times. When I say 26 times, I mean 26 times. Even though it says 27 up here in the corner, the right to privacy is mentioned 26 times, because there's the bottom one right here that's a part of the website and not the actual thing. I have this from Cornell, and I thought that before my guest comes on in about an hour and 20 minutes, right, I thought I'd go over each individual instance where the right to privacy is mentioned on line, or on 3, right? State criminal abortion laws, like those involved here, that accept from criminality only a saving life procedure on the mother's behalf without regard to the stage of her pregnancy and other interests involved in the violate the due process clause of the 14th Amendment, which protects the state action and the right to privacy, including women's qualified right, blah 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 blah. Right? Let's continue. And that they abridged her right to privacy. Rights to privacy in the doctor-patient relationship and his own right to practice medicine, rights he claimed were granted by the 1st, 4th, 5th, 9th, and 14th Amendment. Remember, number 10 of the are they lines, are they chapters? I don't know. Whatever 10 is in this legal document, right? Abortion. And it's even from Cornell, and it's just copied and pasted into the Legal Information Institute as part of Cornell, right? Number 10 is doctor-patient confidentiality. Remember this. Doctor-patient confidentiality. Very, very, very super mega ultra important. I'm going to check the chat before I can on these three different things before I continue reading just to be sure. Okay. I'm gonna record. I'm just gonna check audio every single time I check. I check to see if I'm recording. Okay, and I'm still streaming. Good. Right, number 11. Nope. Where's Okay, number 33. The principal thrust of appellant's attack on the Texas statute is that they improperly invade a right. Blah 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 blah. Due process, 14th Amendment's due process clause or on personal, marital, familial, and sexual privacy, line 33. And we just continue more. The Constitution does not explicitly mention any right to privacy in a line of decisions. However, going back perhaps as far as Union Right Co. Boston Co. versus Botsford, the court has recognized that a right of personal privacy or guarantee of certain areas or zones of privacy does exist under the Constitution. Basically, and there's 26 examples of the ruling of Roe versus Wade, them essentially making the argument that you, the citizen of the United States, do have a right to medical privacy. And that's perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. As you should. And remember number 10, number 10, right to medical privacy as granted by your 1st, 4th, 5th, 9th, and 14th Amendment rights. All right? Now, earlier in this stream, I guess I'll just have to watch that part later. I went over the main article and partisan smear of Larry Elder, which is the thing that made me in favor of Larry Elder. It's like, wow, they really hate this person. They hate this person so much. They lied about this person over and over and over again. Then there was the hate crime that happened against Larry Elder, where a lady in a gorilla mask threw eggs at Larry Elder for whatever reason. I'm just recapping it, right? Then I went over some of the voter irregularity allegations in California in regards to the California recall election. I went over it. I pointed out that even CNN basically has the position that most of California has, which is, wow, this guy really sucks, And I also went over all of the, quite frankly, look, okay, I'm just going to be quick with it, right? Look at the budget for this website. Look at the transition effects. Look at all this stuff. They're saying stop the Republican recall with all this very expensive transition effects. These are embedded custom-made PNG images that are made specifically for this website. The website has a lot of stuff that's embedded. You can take a look at donates and stuff like that. They're basically saying stop the Republican recall by Act Blue, of course, which is stop the Republican recall. So says partisan Democrat institution, right? Then there's paid for by the campaign to stop the Republican recall, right? By Committee of Democrat Governors Association, a very partisan left-wing institution. And Reed Hastings out on the bottom here, who is It's a literal, and I've said this before, Great Gatsby old money levels of wealth, right? This is not a grassroots campaign, and by any stretch of the imagination. Even the people who made the website for Gavin Newsom is a partisan left-wing institution. Right, now let's take a look and all that and compare it to Larry Elder, the almighty God Emperor himself. I will stop with that joke when it no longer is funny to me, right? Let's take a look at his campaign website. Let's take a look. If I were to click donate on his website, and by the way, you're allowed to make this whatever decisions you want with your money. I personally do not donate to candidates. I give candidates my time, if that makes sense. I don't give money to candidates on any side of the political spectrum because I don't see any money that I put in as an individual worthwhile. And honestly, donating to campaigns when you're trying to have like your own media institution, all that stuff, it's a bit iffy, you know. But anyway, it's powered by e-fundraising donations /C, probably for candidate, /Elder for Governor 2021. Okay. So it's just okay. So it's not powered by like Act Red or so. I don't even know if Act Red is even a thing. It's not. Point is, it's not powered by partisan, by something partisan, right? It's not powered by institutions. If we scroll all the way down, right, for his website. Website is powered by Lightdrop. Let's go over to Lightdrop. It's just your standard, build websites thing. I for one use WordPress for my website. AcropolisNews.com, news from the Acropolis, right? But it says where is it? Where is it? It's his website. It's not his website and a bunch of other people, right? I don't know. I just thought I'd point that out. I just thought that we'd be neat, to look at the difference in scale between Gavin Newsom and Larry Elder, and you could see it just by the budget for the website. I don't know. I just thought that'd be a cool, neat thing to point out. Right. I'm gonna go on pause for a little bit. Well, probably not. Yeah, no. I'm not gonna go on pause. All right. So, let's keep going. I read half of this. I don't feel like reading this again. Right? Let's see. What can I do to kill some time? What can I do to kill some time? Oh, I know what I could do to kill some time. All right, let's get this up. We'll copy that. No, paste and go. Alexandria Ocasio-Robespierre herself is I don't even know what this is. She's going to, or she went to a party full of rich people so that rich people she went to a party full of rich people in upstate New York wearing a expensive tailor-made dress that says tax the rich. Yeah. The thing is, look, I'm not a Republican, but I really don't like the Democrats, like at all. I don't hate them, but I'll never vote for these people. Okay, and this doesn't. It's not because of. It's not a thing among party lines. It's a thing among history lines. Okay, if you look at the history of the United States and you look at the history of the Democrat Party, it's not exactly the most brilliant thing ever. Like even on Gavin Newsom's own anti-recall website, right? Let's see, right? I've already went over this before. We have this National Republicans, right? They're a group. Okay, we'll paste this in there, right? National Republican Party, also known as the Anti-Jacksonian Party or simply Republicans, was a political party in the United States that evolved from a faction of the Democrat-Republican Party and supported by John Quincy Adams, a Whig, but they're anti-Jacksonian Democrats. Now, if you don't know, right, the Jacksonian Democrats are what? They're the Confederacy. Okay? The National Republicans were the Union, right? First off, it was the National Republican Party, then they became the Republican Party, and the Jacksonian Democrats eventually became the Confederacy a little bit later on. And they had this little thing called the American Civil War. And in the American Civil War, the Jacksonian Democrats, or the Dixiecrats, or the Confederacy, they were the pro-slavery side and the pro-slavery side, and the National Republican Party. Let me just make sure my microphone's on. Okay. The National Republican Party, the Republican Party were the Union. And so for this website to go like, they're a bunch of Republicans. Okay? But your thing is funded by Act Blue. Not only that, they could just say a partisan Republican coalition of anti-vaxxers or whatever, but they went out of their way to go a partisan Republican coalition of national Republicans. See, what they're trying to do, and failing spectacularly, is they're trying to call them Nazis. They're trying to insinuate that they're Nazis, right? They're national socialists or whatever, you know. But here's the big but with that, right? The National Republicans were the anti-slavery people. I don't know. I just think that's funny. I just think it's funny. So according to the Stop the Republican Recall, according to in their own words, again, their own words, right? The anti-slavery Republicans are also against us. Fair enough. Sign me up. Sign me up. Just sign me up for that. That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. You know? Man, this website genuinely must have cost like $10,000. You know, because you also got to pay for unlimited hosting because presumably millions of people are going to go to your site. You know, that's a lot of money. You know, you got to pay for you got to pay someone to make these videos. You got to pay for someone to make these videos with the transition effects. You got to pay someone to make the website. This is probably a custom website, and those start anywhere from $2,000 and upward. We're looking at like something that's easily $5,000 to $10,000. Easily. And that's not even including the amount of money that probably went into, say, I don't know, getting elected officials in senior positions of power. You know, you get what I'm insinuating, right? Getting them to speak, that probably costs some money. You know, maybe a plane ticket, maybe a financial campaign donation. Who knows, right? And then again, I keep going over this. Larry Elder, right? To stop the Republican recall, does this thing plug any socials? No, it doesn't, because they know that the Democrats, they could just run ads. They could have a bunch of politicians and a bunch of actors or whatever say, stop the Republican recall, and blah, 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 right? Well, here's Larry Elder's Twitter. Here's Larry Elder's Facebook. And here's Larry Elder's Instagram. You know? But let's go over to this. California. Actually, no. Here, I'm going to show you my feed from my main Odysee channel. Okay, let's go to uploads on. Okay, no, let me just go to channels. Just go to here. Okay, let's see. Is it in the description of this video? Let's see. The Hill, Jack Pasovic. Okay, no, it's not. Here, let me go to... Is it the California Tribune? Wait, no, wait, hold up. See, here's the thing, right? This also gives me an opportunity to plug my Gettr account. Okay, Getter's being DOSed, all right? Okay, California Tribune. Nope. What's that? Okay, I'll just type in the headline. I'm not used to live streaming. Okay, I'm used to recording, you know. And honestly, my recordings aren't even that very scripted either, except for my video essays. Let's see. What's the word? Endorses Larry Elder. I did a reporting on this some time ago. Oh, California Globe. There we go. Okay. Democrat former Senate leader Romero endorses Larry Elder. Right, there are some Democrats that are in favor of this. There are some actresses in Hollywood that are in favor of this, but I don't really remember, so I'm just not gonna go over it. I'm gonna read this because gotta kill some time, right? Aligned with Elder on school choice, former California State Senator Senate leader Gloria Romero just announced her endorsement of Larry Elder. Our public schools need big change. I'm Gloria Romero. I was the majority leader of Democrats in the state Senate. I believe in charter schools and school choice. So does Larry Elder, but not Gavin Newsom. He shut down our public schools while he sent his kid to private schools. Romeo says in a new campaign endorsement for Larry Elder. Pretty cool. She seems like a cool senator. You know, I'm disappointed that she says former because, you know, she's a Democrat, but she's sticking with her values, and that's what I like. You know, if she runs for a Democrat, not everyone is aware of the huge history of just the hugely horrible things that the Democrat Party has done, and honestly, California wasn't really one of those states that is responsible for the vast majority of a lot of the horrors that the Democrat Party has committed, you know. But, you know, Gloria Romero, doing good, sticking to her guns, sticking to what she believes in, you know, and a Democrat. And take all of that with what you will. Let's see. How else can I kill some time? I'm not used to streaming, okay? I'm not. I'm just not. I don't know how. Let's see. Has anyone has anyone joined? Okay, a few people have, but no one's people keep joining the Discord server, but no one's calling in. You need to wait in general so that I can bring you in, okay? Public service announcement. Please. Come on. It's the main point of trying to kill time, you know? Come on. That... Alright. Man. I'm pulling out all the stops. I just like to say that if you don't want to, that's fine. That's whatever. All right. Because by the way, I create custom Discord servers every time I go live, and I get to say this because this is the first time I've gone live, so I get to say that. I might actually do that. It's not a bad idea. You know, this way I can have the invite link, you know, and every single time, and it makes it easier on myself. I don't want to read this article. I don't want to go over everything again. I don't. Let's see. Because I just gotta kill half an hour. until I can get until I do the process of getting the next segment ready. Let's see. Yes, here we go. I'll plug in a little bit of my article, right? We have this from Acropolis News. I just found out that I actually like writing articles. But the thing is, I like to write articles on, and I'm only saying this is my first one, but I like writing it, right? This is something I wrote because there's a lot of things that are in politics, just kind of all across I'm just going to speak for the Western world. I don't really know much about the politics of of other countries, but I'll speak for the United States, Canada, the British Isles, France, Germany. There's a lot of things that these countries all have very similar political issues, but they manifest themselves slightly differently. But what happens is you get into a position where people from all walks of life throughout the world that come on the internet and have their political discussions or whatever, or it'll just be in like general electoral politics. And what always inevitably ends up happening is they end up missing something. They end up missing the mark. Some of it's good news, some of it's bad news. And one of those things that are good news is the decentralization of the internet. And I go into some detail, and I even do a little bit of analysis work on this. I took 9 YouTube channels that are considered right-wing. There's this guy, Short Fat Otaku. I took a COD Daily and Simple. Those guys aren't right-wing, but there are people that say he's right-wing. So right and left in the culture war of I'll just say the United States, it's not actually the traditional Enlightenment paradigm of what is considered right wing and left wing, right? However, for whatever reason, all of them that are, I guess, on the right, even though some of them aren't right wing politically, will all agree that everyone, like these channels, bread tubers like Philosophy Tube, Lindsay Ellis, and ContraPoints, and I guess what we could call the streamer side of BreadTube, I suppose. You got Vosh, Hassan, Destiny, the Surf Times, right? These two kind of go at each other. But what ends up happening is it's leading to a decentralization of the internet. The left, broadly speaking, is more likely to cancel people. And when people get canceled on the internet, and their careers on the internet, they will move and find their way to other platforms. So as cancel culture ramps up, more and more people end up going to alternative platforms because all the people that watch, that watch these YouTubers or whatever, end up going on to other platforms. PewDiePie streamed on DLive once, and then he just kind of stopped, And that's basically what I go into. Now, that's not the exact detail I go into. If you want to get the exact detail of the article, you'll just have to go to theacropolisnews.com and read that article for yourself. That was only 6 minutes. Oh, God. Okay. I'm going to prepare. I guess I'll just have to prepare for the next segment a little bit earlier so that I could just go ahead and get right into the next segment. I will catch you guys all very, very shortly. Oh, wait, I need to go this one. There we go.
long ago, a wonderful place existed. The Athenians called it the Acropolis. Free expression, ethics, art, philosophy. The Acropolis heralded the democracy. But if
All right, and I'm back. All right, got someone coming in about half an hour, right? And I figured, you know what? Perfect time to do another thing, too. There's a lot of misinformation, for the most part, surrounding the events of January 6th. You know, the mainstream media like CNN, MSNBC, Huffington Post, New York Times, they're talking about like the same 5-minute span. Actually, hold up. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna go get the timeline from the New York Times on the Capitol riot, and I'll be back. I'll be back really shortly. Okay, so, long story short, my New York Times, I don't pay money to use the New York Times, and to be fair, I don't really think I should. I don't really I don't pay for any newsletter at all, so why would I make an exception with the New York Times? So basically, I tried my little trick of mine where I refresh over and over and over and over and over again until it eventually works, and hasn't worked. So the good news is what I was able to do is I was able to back out, back in, and then screenshot it while it was clear before this came out. So anyway, this is what I wanted. I wanted to get the timeline of the January 6th riot, not insurrection, the riot, okay? And let's just get into it. All right, well, let me have that. Let me have that there. Okay. So it starts off, Trump is giving his speech from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And before Trump was even giving his speech, there were already rioters outside the Capitol building. Congress started to go in session from 1 p.m. Onwards, because they kind of do it in the afternoons, and that's what happened. There were clashes with police where rioters broke the first barricade 45 minutes before Trump's speech actually ended. A speech where he said, "We will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make our voices heard. We will be cheering on some politicians and others not so much." I have that memorized because on my Trevor reports or whatever, I've been repeating that ad nauseum. Trump said a lot of things. He said that exact quote. He also said the election was stolen and all this stuff. And to be fair, the argument that Trump secretly insinuated that he actually wanted people to do this when he explicitly said something else, I don't buy that for a second. That is a whole new levels of gaslighting that quite frankly shouldn't be possible. And also, if you want people to look, there would be a lot less Trump supporters out in the world in the modern era, right? If the anti-Trumpers weren't so insane. I know he said this thing, and he said this thing as part of his own speech. But even though he said this thing, I believe he secretly said this other thing that is the exact opposite of what he actually said, right? So he's still giving his speech, right? And then the rioters who've been rioting this whole time far away from the rotunda, right? The Capitol is it's 2 miles away from the rotunda, right? And then there were violent clashes with police right around the time they broke the first barricade. and then interrupting when Congress was in session when they breached the building. There are also some videos of cops letting them in through some of the barricades. It seems to be a dispersion tactic. You can't. They're either all funneling in, probably get them all to funnel in from one spot, so it's easier to deal with them, or it's about doing things like that. Also, the Capitol is the people's house. Had they entered in and gone through the legal process and got checked for weapons or whatever, they would have been let in. And so the fact that they were let in by police officers does cause some point of contention that some of the trials have gone through, right? Speaking of which, let's go to the number of arrests. The amount of people who were in the Capitol were a couple hundred. There were people who were on the Capitol steps, right? The people's house, right? Well, that technically being on the people's house, right? Trying to get in, that's not trying to force your way in, or in some cases being let in by the police, right? The other people who were just on the Capitol steps, that is technically in their First Amendment rights or whatever. And there were a couple hundred people who were in the building. There were some thousands of people who were outside of the building, etc. Right? And just to end this, just to kind of end it, right? We have this from Reuters. Right? Though federal officers have arrested more than 570 alleged participants, the FBI at this point believes the violence was not centrally coordinated by far-right groups or prominent supporters by then-President Donald Trump, according to the sources, who have been either directly involved in or a brief regularity on the wide-ranging investigations. 90 to 95% of these are one-off cases, said a former senior law enforcement official with knowledge of the investigation. I don't really... Okay. Then you have 5%, maybe of these militia groups that were more closely organized, but there was no grand scheme with Roger Stone and Alex Jones and all of these people to storm the Capitol and take hostages. Well, that's kind of true. And when they were in there, they were mainly kind of... Here's my favorite video of all time, because this exact video was also... Not this exact video, but there was one video that's on CNN all the time, right? It's the same 5-10 second clip of them violently breaking into the first barricade. Now, don't do that, by the way. The current political conflict that's in the country is fifth generational warfare. I'm a liberal. I'm very anti violence in pursuit of political aims in general, but you shouldn't do it anyway because the battles aren't won by that. This was a stupid thing to begin with, and by Reuters' own reporting, there was no plan. There was no plan to overturn the results, and when they were in there, they were doing stupid things, like here's this boomer that took a lectern or whatever. Presumably he put it back because those things are actually pretty heavy, and he's presumably walking around with it for whatever reason, right? But then there's this one dude who's a former Vox News contributor, not Fox News with an F, V, right? Vox News. And I have my desktop audio off, right? Okay. I'm not going to play it because I hate his voice, and I don't want other people to hate a voice that I hate, so I just find his voice annoying. So I'm just going to keep it off. And basically, Baked Alaska, who was again a former Vox contributor, right? He's essentially chasing clouds. So while him and his buddies are just stormed the Capitol, and the Capitol is under evacuation, Baked Alaska, in his infinite and super hyper intelligent wisdom, decided to call the Senate. And I've already gone over this. I've gone over this, God Christ, almost a year ago now, and I don't want to get into it again, right? But it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, buddy, But for there to be an entire investigation and all that stuff for George Bush, because of course it's George Bush, a year he basically made a speech where he insinuated that the Capitol riot, a riot where the vast majority of them are sticking to the velvet ropes, and then when it becomes and when the crowd gets too big for the velvet ropes, people volunteer to make the boundary bigger so that it could be more accommodating. You know, I don't know. It's just this part is not on CNN or MSNBC or whatever, and because you don't need a commission, you don't need to call people you don't like the American Taliban if there is nuance to the group of people that you don't like. And the fact that people are going to insinuate that I'm, for whatever reason, on these people's side, because even though I spent this entire time not agreeing with them, for the simple fact that I acknowledge them as human beings, well, a lot of things are going to happen. So that hopefully kind of clears up a lot of the misinformation from the Capitol riot earlier this year. Just wanted to clear up some misinformation. I got a guest coming on in 15 minutes. I'm gonna let this go on hold. I'm gonna put this on a thing really quick. And just before we do, I wanted to announce something. Right? I've had 5 viewers on Odysee pretty consistently for a while now. So if you're watching this, hey, thanks, guys. Really, really appreciate it. I also got, I believe, 3 people on D Live right now. Yeah, and I got 2 people that are watching on YouTube. So that's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much for watching and listening and paying attention. Just killing some time until the polls show up. I gotta get everything ready for a guest that's gonna be appearing pretty soon. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a second. Let me just get.
Long ago, a wonderful place existed. The Athenians called it the Acropolis. Free expression, ethics, art, philosophy. The Acropolis heralded the democracy. But if I told you,
All right, that's the fifth time today I've done that with my microphone. All right, so we got a few people on YouTube, few people on Odysee, same amount of people on Odysee, the same 5 people I've been watching on Odysee for a while, same 2 viewers on, same 2-3 viewers on D Live, and now there's 3 watching on YouTube. Now I've been bouncing back between 3 and 5, between like 3, 5, and 1 on a YouTube, which is weird. Yeah. So where's my? Why isn't it? Okay, that was weird. Okay, where's my mouse? Oh God, where's my mouse? I can't. Oh God, my mouse is missing. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Well, at least I can get to the polls or whatever. Okay. Hang on. I have a wireless. I swear, I'm decent with technology, just not under pressure. Okay, I swear. All right, so we're just waiting a few minutes for him to show up. Just do that. Okay. Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna get before he shows up. I'm gonna go plug in a mouse really quick. Just hang on. I gotta go in the other room and get one. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Just gotta find the USB port for this. Come on. Come on. There we go. Setting up device. Okay, come on. Come on. I still can't see what I'm clicking. No. Come on. Okay. Okay. I don't have any idea why this is happening. I can't even. Okay, that's what that does. Okay, well, I could at least switch tabs doing that. Okay, so that's 8. There we go. Now I can get to the polls. Okay. I can't see my mouse, but I have an approximate location of where my mouse is. That's always good. So I could do that. All right. Get this working now. All right. No. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is... All right, now it's 5 o'clock and I still can't click anything. Okay. Yes! There we go. My mouse is back. Mysteriously. Good. Good. All right. Get back the tab that I closed out on accident. Guess I'll have to do this, and then do this. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cool. Everything's not going to crap now. Good. Everything's working. All right, my next guest should be coming on any second now, which is always cool. Always cool to have a guest. Same consistent 5 viewers. I got 6 viewers a second ago, but whatever. And yeah, just waiting on him. I'm glad my mouse kind of boomered up. So yeah, he's able to kill some time, and he's right here. This is Andres from the Andres Sokovia Show, and that is as much as I'm going to do of an introduction for it. How are you today, mate? Let's find out. I'm watching. Let's find out. Yeah, it's a full minute behind on D Live, so good. You are very quiet. If you could turn your voice up, your settings, your volume up a little bit. Yeah, just quiet on the stream for some reason. You know what? Let me Okay, let me see if I can do this. I can go to scene. I can go to maybe on window capture, maybe then I can get Discord. Okay, so now I'm sharing Discord, and now I can turn my camera off on this tab. I'm never streaming with OBS ever again. Oh yeah. I don't even stream either. Okay, so let me do this. Let me go back on my Now let me go back on my phone and just kind of keep talking, and hopefully I can hear you. Oh, that's right. My desktop audio was off. That'll do it.
Ah, that'll do it. Okay.
Let's find
Yeah,
out. Let's
I
make
already
sure.
announced on my socials, particularly Instagram, where my biggest audience, to let them know to come on over. So hopefully they'll be jumping. Some people will be jumping on here,
Yeah.
at least to watch the stream. I haven't yet seen reports of broken pipes that are going to stop the counting. So,
Careful, I'm streaming on YouTube. Which means I could fall foul of their editorial policies.
oh well, then I should just mention that there's been no history of any fraud anywhere. So everything's always been clean elections, safe and secure. And
There you
November
go. I can hear you
2020
just
was
fine.
the
I can hear you just
okay,
fine
great.
now.
Yeah, because all my settings on my side were just fine.
Yeah.
So there was nothing else I could tweak.
Hmm.
But okay, yeah. So everything it looks like we're a go on my end. So it's on your
Yep,
end.
and
That's good.
everything's a go. I paid for Streamlabs. I'm just gonna use Streamlabs from now on. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
why. I don't know why. I had it set in my mind to just use OBS. All right, let's get into it. So, introduce yourself, mate.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know me, I am Andres from the Andres Segovia Show, a small business owner and operator in Southern California. So what's going on today means a lot to me because my wallet is attacked from all sides. And of course, in the interest of being able to keep other people employed, because a lot of these people that are running the state, they don't know what it's like to have to worry about uh, paying people in 2 weeks and what happens to your employees, especially some of them are family or close friends that work with you, what it means to them if they can't get their paycheck, because the domino effect is incredible, and that's what they don't see. All they ever see is how much more they can collect from us. So today's the day to try to save California,
Hmm.
and well, we'll see what turns out.
Let's elect the almighty God Emperor himself, and yes, the irony of me being an atheist calling him the God Emperor is not lost on me. So yeah, so let's open another window capture tab, and yeah, let's hope the polls are finally open. Let's hope the polls are finally being
Oh,
tracked.
like yeah, like the counting.
Yeah, like the counting. I've been waiting for this to start counting for several hours now. I thought I'd be able to at least give like some updates here and there. So I have two things. I have one from KTLA 5, and I have another one from yeah, and I have another one from Washington Post. Let's go over the Washington Post right now. How many votes for yes? 0%. How many of them say no? 0%.
So they're probably not going. Well, I haven't heard yet if and when they're going to start counting today per se, because one of the major downsides about this whole mail-in ballot thing, which is why I know some of in the conservative circles were saying, yeah, support Kevin Kiley and all this. It's like, yeah, I'm sure he's a good guy with someone with his heart in the right place. Problem is, he voted for the very problem that doomed all elections here on out,
Yeah.
which is the mail-in ballots. So today you can still postmark your ballot, which means this is not going to be solved today. So the postal service is going to be operating super slow unless they're going to be dropping it at the mail-in box, the drop boxes, which also have to be collected. We're not going to get a definitive answer right now. We're just going to get, if anything, we might see a pour in of yes on the recall from those that are voting in person, and those that are voting by uh, mail-in ballots and the drop box are they're probably going to be a no. And that's why I'm not holding my breath in all this. It's just I'm not going to see anything definitive today. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're not going to get anything until maybe Thursday or Friday, unless you see huge skews of votes being counted on one side.
Yeah, but I would have thought that like at least some of the in-person data would come in today. but that's not even coming in either, which is just, man, it's the weirdest thing, because maybe I'm too used to what is it? Maybe I'm too used to presidential elections and like midterms
like the
and stuff
general,
like that.
yeah, like
Maybe I
the general
thought it would
elections.
just be a general election, but with just California. That's what I thought it was going to be, but I
Well,
guess not.
generally speaking, so we gotta remember we're in California here, so no other place is doing an election for themselves that affects here. When we have a presidential or midterm elections, we start hearing countings happening, particularly around this time, because they're on East Coast time, and well, at least the latest ones or earliest ones are on East Coast time. And when those polls close, they start counting. So over here in California, if they're going to start counting when the polls close, that means we're probably not going to hear anything about the counting until like 8 p.m. So that's so just
Yeah,
throwing it out there. That might be the case. I don't know what the rules are because they changed everything. So we'll see how that goes.
which sucks because I decided I'd end this at 7. I've been doing this for like 4.5, like 4 hours now.
Yeah. Well,
Thankfully for me, I made 2 little videos to say like starting soon. It plays for like 20 minutes. It plays some like ancient Greek like melody thing, and then
course.
it plays the channel,
Uh-huh.
and then I made another one that's the same video but shorter that says "We'll be right back." So I've been playing the "We'll be right back" thing on a repeat for like a good half of this, because
bummer, huh?
I'm not a streamer. I don't
No.
stream. I don't like to stream. I prefer recording.
Mm-hmm.
Even though what I
Yeah.
do, and we've done collabs before, you and me, and like we both kind of do like podcast ish content or whatever.
Yeah.
You have your tech show, but I do like podcast content. I can never understand how people do this thing live. It's such a massive headache, you know.
Well, yeah, that's why they invest in high-tech computers, lighting systems, and most of them are just gamers. The thing is, what's made it harder for them is a lot of what's been going on with big tech, in that they've been getting woke people to run the terms of service and whatever community guidelines there
Editorial
are there.
policies.
So they're judging them live now. So every now and then there'll be people streaming, and then they'll be taken off a stream. You can't stream anymore. And yeah, like as for me, I I generally didn't like doing live streams until I started doing what I call coffee breaks on Instagram, because I figured, you know what, I want to have some more content. There's this tech influencer that inspired me. He's actually the one that convinced me to start my channel. So he and I kept in touch more years earlier. So told me, dude, just use your cell phone. That's the way I did it. It's like, really? Like, okay, then I'll probably do the same thing too. And I've always wanted to have something where my original podcast or my show used to be a newsletter, which was also a podcast before blogs were a thing, and eventually a video like YouTube maybe 13 years ago. But before all that, I wanted the engagement with people. So whatever I covered was basically, I would introduce a topic or whatever, and people would chime in either with questions, and I would answer them and follow up newsletters, emails, and things like that, or podcasts. And the only way to do that on a video platform is to literally go through the comments, if it's not a minefield, or do something live stream, and those that really want to interact with you will interact with you.
Yeah.
So yesterday was kind of like the inverse. I actually did I joined a live with one of the candidates that for the recall effort that I interviewed, Diego Martinez. So he seemed pretty confident despite all the shenanigans that were being reported over the weekend and things like that. But one thing that he told me was that not one of the 58 counties in California has started counting any vote. So no one knows anything. Like,
No one's
really?
even counted yet? Oh my, bruh.
Yeah. Which is not entirely a bad thing, unless they're all in cahoots together. But when you look outside of the major metropolitan areas, which would be like, let's say, San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Sacramento, of course, those are the major ones that you could probably think of. You're going to think that's a landslide victory for Gavin. But then once you start counting everything else, those counties are highly conservative. So what he was telling me, and I happen to agree on this, it's that, look, if they were already counting not everybody would have been unanimous in this and saying that no one started counting yet. So it's not entirely a bad thing because we don't know how these things are being adjudicated. We don't know what the chain of custody is looking like, if at all, or any safety precautions are being taken to count these ballots. Who will do it, and will there be some oversight? There's been reports of poll watchers being turned away or whatever. Like, well, how many people have been going to polls though? Because when I went, I was the only one in there with my wife. So it's not like, oh, they're turning poll watchers away. Yeah, but who was there? And it was Orange County. And so that's why I'm like, I took some of the reports with a grain of salt. The ones that were of concern were San Fernando Valley, where I do feel, even though some people might think it might go blue, it predominantly goes blue. There's a lot of red there too. And the whole thing about, oh yeah, the Hispanic community, the majority of them feel that that they support Gavin and they're against the recall.
No.
And my question was, well, who did they ask? Because they didn't ask me. Almost every single Hispano and Latino that I know is against Gavin Newsom. So that means they're for the recall.
That doesn't even make sense, because like you see this like on Instagram all the time. It's like it. You know what? No, I'm not a subscriber to the Daily Stormer or a leftist. I could talk about race without being a racist. I was trying to weasel my way into saying this. Is like no. Non-white people are the most socially conservative bloc in the United States. The most socially conservative bloc, because they're the most religious bloc in the United States. Mm-hmm. We polled 3,000 people who live in upstate New York that took a 23andMe test and found out that they were 1% Cherokee or whatever. They're like, no, those are not Latinos. They're the kinds of people that refer to themselves as Latinx. And it's the same thing I went over with the Larry Elder article, like way earlier in the stream. The Larry Elder's The Black Face of White Supremacy. They're using capital B black. And they're doing it because there was this journalistic resource or whatever came out with a report that's basically that essentially makes it so that any institution that uses this journalistic resource effectively takes the Daily Stormer's position on race relations. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
So the Daily Stormer will capitalize the W in white, and they'll have lowercase b in black. Well, as a language nerd, right, race is not a proper noun. Intrinsic characteristics are not proper nouns, right? That is not the capital W white lowercase w wall. That is the lowercase w white capital W wall.
Yeah.
The white, it's not the white wall, it's white,
Yeah. It's ridiculous to see a panel of white people on CNN talking about a black man who will not kowtow to their rank and file ideology going against them, and they're the ones calling Larry Elder the blackface of white supremacy. I'm like, you guys don't see the irony in anything you guys are saying, huh? You guys are really racist that it blinded you so bad. Mm-hmm. We got Mark Hamill out there, Alec Baldwin, Frodo Baggins, Elijah Wood.
Proletariat, your average working man.
yes, the average working person, the one identified the most that I admire so much for her work ethic is definitely people, Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. It just touched my heart to see her going to a $30,000 a ticket gala
with her $10,000 tax the rich dress.
Yes, I mean, if that's not truth to power, I don't know what is. And for those that don't know me, obviously that's super sarcasm there. That's just. My goodness, and she defended herself today. Said that she has to mingle with the elites to basically get anything done. It's like, yeah, that's called selling out.
Yeah, it's kind of like when that one bread tuber streamer, because like people like Hassan, Destiny, and Vosh. Only saying this is because this one's going on YouTube. Which means by mentioning their names and talking about them negatively, I could face the threat of a targeted harassment campaign. I mean, cancel culture. So basically, Hassan bought a $3 million house a couple weeks ago, and he's a socialist streamer. And he's and he basically sits down on his computer all day, where he watches other people's content for a living, you know, and
Hard job.
yeah, incredibly. But anyway, he has like hundreds of thousands of people who follow him on Twitch, or sorry, that subscribe to him on Twitch. So he makes millions of dollars just sitting on his butt, basically. And he bought himself a mansion, he bought himself a mansion in Beverly Hills. And he was like, you have to participate in the capitalist system in order to overthrow the capitalist system. But it's like, this is a Monty Python sketch, you know?
Yeah.
This is called satire. This is something that belongs on the Babylon Bee or the Onion. It's not supposed to be real.
Yeah, it's absolutely bonkers. And right now I've been just parsing through the socials to see if anything else has popped up, because there were a lot of things that were being pinged at me and that I saw too among the socials. They're like, "Oh, report this, report that." Yeah, it's you can. It's just it's not going to do anything right now, other than what I would feel is discourage people from going out there. So the only way is to actually just go out there and do it. Just go vote in person if you can. And of whether the recall fails or whatever, the point is sending a message and also exposing the system should anything run amok. But nothing's going to run amok because there's never been any election fraud in history. The 2020 election was the safest on record, and
Also,
anyone that questions that deserves to be
the
banned.
2016 election was rigged by Russia.
Yes, that one was rigged. I'm sorry, there is one that was
Also,
rigged.
there's no such thing as voter fraud.
Yeah.
But the
I
2016
never
election.
heard of that. No, well, that's the exception. I forgot the Russian bots with memes did that, and Cambridge Analytica through Facebook
They
and
spent
stuff.
$40,000 on ads for both candidates, and that.
Yeah, shame on them.
Yeah. Also, ignore what the CIA does just to countries around the world.
Who's the CIA?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the CIA
Don't know what you're talking
is.
about, Trevor.
I have my Apple phone and I drink my Starbucks and I live in the pod and I eat the bugs. All right, you know.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's interesting times, but I think more people are definitely waking up. It's one of the things that I do. I don't. Here's the thing, like we're we have some banter that we're doing, but also exchanging some ideas here. But one of the ways that we ran into each other was through one of these outside of the usual suspects of tech
Liberty platforms. As I've been
Liberty platform. Let's call them that, right?
Crusading that being the name, you know,
Yeah.
for about months now, you know.
Yeah, you crusade as hard as I do against Mondays.
He has this every single Monday. He posts on his socials. Monday, what is effectively Monday was created by Satan. I hate
when
this.
you boil it down to it, yes. Yeah, and I don't even post all of them on some of those that you see them. I just happen to be bringing them over from other places, just because I've actually been putting bringing some more of my content elsewhere as I continue to build an audience. But trying to find a place to actually interact has been different. Because I can post everything across all the platforms. I mean, it takes time.
Yeah.
I can do it. It's the engagement that matters to me.
List of you have like 40. Like you can find me on this. And I'm like, wow.
I'm across. I lost count of how many podcast distributors, and that doesn't even count the podcast catchers where you can actually just get the RSS feeds yourselves.
Yeah.
These are the ones that actually pick up and distribute my program, which I'm very grateful for it. So I use Spreaker for my hosting, and they were recently picked up by iHeartRadio. So no wonder they wouldn't let me change a few things in the back end. I'm like, why does iHeartRadio control anything here? Now because they fully merged with them. It's kind of like I think it was Breaker or someone else that got picked up by Twitter. So I don't know how they intend to kind of merge the systems together. Maybe you can use Twitter as a place to be a podcast distributor. So that'd be interesting to see how that goes. I mean, I can already embed a podcast on it. I just can't host a podcast on it. So that's going to be interesting to see implements. It's been a year and I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
Oh, Anchor, that's who they bought. Anchor. I haven't seen anything along that way. No, no, no. Anchor was bought by freaking Spotify. See, everybody's gobbling each other up now.
The good news
So
is
it's like,
with Odysee, you can just directly pull your RSS feed. Like you go to your homepage, and there are the three dots on the thing next to edit channel, and you just click it, and you could go copy RSS feed.
yeah. And do you use that
Yeah, that's how
for audio stream?
I don't know. No, it embeds video.
It just embeds the video. Okay.
Embeds the video
Mm.
with the audio.
Nice.
And then when you actually embed the RSS feed, it becomes its own separate player on your website.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
it's like I've like join Odysee if you're watching this and join any of these platforms. Join Odysee. All they need is the kind of analytics that YouTube has, and they're already
Mhm.
blowing YouTube out of the water. They just need better analytics, and I will never post on YouTube again. At that point.
And I absolutely agree with that point. There was someone on Odyssey that runs their Twitter account they were butthurt when Tulsi Gabbard announced that she was coming to Rumble, and they started going on a tear against Rumble, calling it you just go into the Republican echo chamber news channel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, Tulsi Gabbard isn't a Republican. She's actually going to provide, at least in whether you agree with her ideology entirely or not, she's catering to an audience that will appreciate a viewpoint.
Yeah.
But Odyssey was just like whoever manages that account was just complaining. It's like, dude,
And
and I was in a
he didn't go on a rant when Glenn Greenwald made his own thing on Odysee either. I think he just maybe who knows? Maybe the dude who runs the Odysee Twitter just finds Tulsi Gabbard hot.
yeah.
Maybe
And
that's what it is.
Yeah, and they were angry they weren't going to get the activity on their channel. It's like, but that actually made them look bad in a way. But overall, Odyssey is definitely the best alternative platform feature set to YouTube.
The
As for
best.
myself,
It's like YouTube if YouTube cared about liberty.
to care
Odyssey
about liberty.
is the Liberty YouTube. Liberty Tube. Odyssey.
Between the ones that I look at the most for feature sets, that would be Odyssey and UMaker. UMaker is actually making a lot more progress. I've seen in this past few weeks. I have enjoyed their interface. It's so much easier to upload and process things there. They're almost akin to I feel the uploading process is considerably easier than YouTube on UMaker. The difference is on YouTube you can upload more than one video at a time, and it'll save as drafts on the back end, which is pretty cool. But UMaker, I rely on them now for my show within a show that I only have on my website, www.discover.com. So I'm plugging myself in there. But the thing is, on that one, I have shows within the shows that are only there, and I could have them unlisted or private or whatever. And even though you're subscribed to me on UMaker, you're not going to be able to see those videos. That's why I enjoy that, kind of like YouTube, that you can have them that way. And I do feel that if the time comes to cut the cord, I feel I might be going to UMaker in that sense. What I like about Odyssey overall is basically almost everything you've highlighted, that you can also do live streams. And I know that in the case of UMaker, they're able to do that, but I think I'm not big enough on their platform yet because I just got there to be able to test the live streaming. But I can test premieres now, so I can live chat with people, and that's fine with me. I can't live chat without a producer and have response to comments unless I'm giving it my all. I just sometimes, whenever I debut my episodes, I'll hop onto the live chat, but I'll time it around my lunchtime so I can, not be distracted by work.
One thing
But
about
other than that,
UMaker, though, that you have to get pre-approved in order to like start uploading on there. And like I put in a request, and I guess because like I make purely political content or whatever, they're like they're just kind of like I haven't gotten it yet, or maybe they haven't heard of me and they can't like check out my YouTube channel, you know?
well, that's interesting because I actually was surprised they approved me pretty quick.
Yeah.
Because at the time I was also doing both business and political because I was trying to bring over the stuff that YouTube was taking down at the time after January 6th. and I wanted to bring it over there just in case that was caught in the crossfire, and sure enough it was. So I'm like, okay, so let me bring it over here because I won't be able to host it on YouTube anymore.
Yeah.
And they actually approved me pretty quick. There is a lot of political content on UMaker,
Mm-hmm.
but I've noticed that I love the categories on UMaker that make it easier for people to find you.
Oh yeah.
So there's categories and subcategories that you can pick, and that's what makes it better for me compared to say Gab, where you have to choose one or the other category. And something, well, I'll just keep it to tech and gaming, but I don't like that they lumped it all together. Because I'm not talking about gaming, I'm talking about technology. And sometimes that tech isn't all tech. It's about, well, tech with relations to how I conduct business.
Mm-hmm.
So then, like, well, is it a business thing? Is it a finance thing? And the only thing is news and politics. It's one category. And like, well, no, there's news and there's politics. And if you go to that category, you're gonna just find the abyss of the people that have been kicked out of other platforms. And when you go there, it's like, well, are they really going to look for you if you start getting, I don't know, I can't take this anymore.
What I've kind of
So
noticed that's happening is it's sort of like there are all these people that are all on all these platforms. Or like for me, for instance, where I'm just starting my career, on these Liberty platforms, what happens is there'll be people that are just on these platforms, like me. And then, like, occasionally you'll get this massive, influx of people from all over the world where it's just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like they're fleeing a country, And I shouldn't get mad at them because it's like, I shouldn't be surprised that a bunch of people who are experiencing persecution are fleeing that persecution, But it's just one of those things where it's like, then you go on to, like, there's a reason I no longer plug BitChute anymore. Like, BitChute has become this hellhole of nonsense. And it's not even funny nonsense. It's just nonsense,
Yeah. And they constantly ask for a donation, but their ticker is always stuck at 81%. I don't know what that's all about.
No, people have stopped donating because people stopped liking BitChute. Because what happened was a couple years ago, this is long before I joined BitChute. I just kind of heard about this story from a third party. They were promising to add all these live stream. They're going to add a live stream feature. They were going to add a better tipping feature and all this stuff. They were going to get analytics. But what happened was people kept donating to them. And BitChute is run by like 5 people or whatever, But so it's just sort of like, so now all of a sudden they were splitting $50,000 between 5 people. So like each of them were making $10,000 a month just by existing, so long as they eventually give money to these platforms, so that they eventually add all this stuff to the platform. And then after a while, people just kind of stopped doing it. I will post my videos on BitChute because I'm not one of these crazy people, and I just post what I would just post on YouTube anyway. This is how I look at it. I'm just treating it as YouTube, but it's not YouTube, so I'll post it there because honestly, like, even though YouTube's full of all these weird people, it's better for a site to be filled with weird people than to be run by weird people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And YouTube is run by weird people.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah, and I know you only had half an hour, but do you want to stay longer, or do you have to go?
I got a few more minutes here. That's if you don't mind me keeping you some company.
I don't. There have been people who are because I have 2 Discord servers that I made for this special. I have one thing where I have the guests that are on there specifically, and I have another thing where people join to call in. Basically, we're like a bunch of random people come in for like 5 or 10 minutes or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So this way I can this way I'm not flooded with like a bunch of people, like, just in case.
Yeah.
But what ended up happening was people keep joining they're watching it. They're like, oh man, you could call in, sweet. But then they hang out in general, and they're in the chat, and and then it's like, once they find out that I'm in the call in thing, so before I even have a chance to respond to them,
they drop out.
They leave. they leave because they just want to hurry up and get their 2 cents in. But like, no, I have because I can't get into the call in thing. Because I have to wait in the thing for the guests.
Hmm.
you know. And then what happened was I had this other guest that was coming on. He quit on me last minute.
Oh,
Like, and I mean like the minute before I was like 10 minutes before I was gonna put him on. He decided, nah, I can't do it. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, all right, fine, cool.
yeah.
It's like, whatever.
And no, it happens
Yeah.
like the biggest interview I've ever done, because it meant a lot to me personally too, was being interviewed one of the heroes of the Benghazi attack, September 11th, 2012, and just being able to talk to him was a big deal. But that interview I was trying to get for a few months, and we had things on the schedule. The first schedule that day, everything was set to go. An hour before, something happens, and Mark had to leave to New York from, I think it was in Colorado, so we had to postpone for the following week. In the following week, 24 hours before, they had to postpone again, and then they postponed again and again and again. So I'm like, well, there was a deadline that I hoped for publishing, so I had actually pre-recorded an alternative episode in case I couldn't get the interview and in on time. So it was a last minute thing where it's like, hey, he's good to go. Will you? It was tomorrow. Okay, he's like, sure. And then the day came. We weren't able to start on time. He got delayed another hour. I'm like, well, it's probably gonna be postponed again. But 1 hour later, I was shocked to see him on the street. Like, wow, that's really him. And he was very generous with his time. I thought I was gonna have like 20, 30 minutes with him. We spoke for over an hour. So I think less than an hour made it to the final cut. But we spoke off camera before that, and he was just very generous with his time. And I appreciate those that I know want to make the time, but there are those that sometimes will just leave you out to hang. So that's not cool, and I was not going to leave you out to hang. So just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, well, thank you for that.
Yeah, yeah, because I know what it's like, especially when you're live streaming. And
Oh
one of the
yeah.
things I like about live streaming, if this is probably your first and like the most epic one, it really helps you hone in your skills to be more focused and articulate with what you're saying.
Yeah.
And it helps reduce errors when you're actually recording for your future episodes. Because, like I tell people, the easiest thing to do when you're doing these things is firing up the camera. The hardest thing to do that nobody sees is the editing.
Oh
It
yeah.
is the longest post-production process. And sometimes they're like, wow, I can't save this, then you gotta shoot it all over again. Like, they couldn't fix it in post. It's annoying. I hate it when that happens. And sometimes when I'm recording an episode, I'm like, dude, really? I don't want to do these many cuts. So then I just stop the stream, start over again. Sometimes I have to stop the stream, but when I'm recording a pre-made episode, I have to stop it, start over, and then sometimes I'm like, wait, did I say that thought on this recording or the previous recording? I sometimes lose it.
What I do
I don't
is
pre-
like as
I
soon
don't
as I
prepare
mess
notes.
up, I go, oh, and then I stop the recording, and then I make an all new recording, and I jump all the way back from the beginning, and then I start again. you know, get it all.
Yeah.
I either get it all in one take or not at all. You know.
Hmm. Yeah, and that's just it. I prefer to do a take, but there are some episodes where I know I'm going to have like some kind of B-roll, so it kind of gives me some wiggle room. Or if I'm going to be off camera, it does give me a chance to do a voiceover to fix that edit and things like that. So those are the ones that take a little more time. I think the episode that I put the most work in this year, though, was my follow-up to the Los Angeles homelessness crisis episode that I did. That one got a lot of play, and the
It
follow-up
was
to
really
that.
well. It was really well produced. I thought there was stock footage of L.A., but it's like, nope. That's just a regular. That's just a thing. Presumably, you took of. You know.
There are some that I did take. So
Yeah.
it's amazing. I didn't get a chance to go over to some of the sites that I wanted to with respects to some of the housing projects that were there. Like I wanted to show the before and the after because you go on Google Maps, they have the recording of what it looks like. And it's like there's nothing there. And I'm like, well, that was about a year ago, and I want to go show it's still the same, but I couldn't make it in time for production. So yeah, it's like all this money being thrown, and we have King Newsom that's trying to do that at the national level. I'm like, wow, it's every time I hear on this argument, like, well, socialism has failed every time it's tried, and then so it's like, well, it's because it hasn't been tried for real.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. Here's the thing, and the writings of Steve Sternhill make this very, very illuminating. Steve Sternhill, he's like a Polish Jew, or whatever. So he faced the worst of the Nazis and the worst of the socialists. Right? All Nazi philosophy, all fascism stems from socialists in the early 20th century, essentially realizing our ideology is complete bunk. The proletariat is not a revolutionary force. They're the most conservative group to ever exist, right? So what ended up happening was they kind of went, hang on, we need to create a vanguard in order to author in the movement so that we can make the proletariat revolutionary. And that is where Marxist Leninism comes from, which people call Stalinism, but in reality Stalinism is just Marxist Leninism in practice, right?
Yeah.
And then that's where you get the Nazis. The Nazis tried to create the Thousand-Year Reich. The Soviets tried to create the Soviet New Man, you know. They both had the exact same project under a different name, and that's why the fascists in Italy, they tried to make their culture fascist. Fascism is that's why it's spelled with S and C at the end. It has its French roots. It's just fascism is just fascism, broadly speaking. And by broadly speaking, I mean completely and totally accurately, is merely just Marxism, but post-Marx. You know? And and I basically made this joke in my Shut Up Nazi, Shut Up Commie video, where I essentially insinuated that that what the Soviets do, or the communists, they essentially say, when they say we oppose fascism or this is anti-fascist action, in reality what they're doing is they're saying yes, we may be diarrhea, but if you side with us, we promise to get rid of the manure. That's essentially what they're saying, you know? And that is why people say fascism is merely just honest socialism. And even fascists, the French fascist authors, that is, when people say that, they are quoting the origins of fascist ideology. Fascism is just socialism post-Marx. It's honest socialism. And I'm sick and tired of hearing people say real socialism has never been tried, because that's literally what the Nazis said. You know, that is literally what they said. Real socialism has never been tried. We need a vanguard of intellectuals to author in the movement. You know, that's exactly what happened was the French socialists or fascists, right? Essentially went by the time the Germans had their National Socialism and the Italians had their Italian Fascismo, they essentially said, "What have you done?" Because it goes back to like the Germanic tribes or whatever. Germans in German culture, they tend to systematize everything. For whatever reason, I'm not an expert on German culture, right? So the German version of fascism became very, very systematized, and the Italians are they're very touchy. You know, continental Europe for the most part is very touchy. So fascism in Italy became very cultural. It became very emotional, and that's why this entire region is basically the same thing.
I'm yielding over to you. That's a subject area that you're good at.
It gets on my nerves. No, we did a collab previously where I basically said that cameras, man. He's the tech guy. I'm the philosophy and politics nerd guy or whatever, you know. It gets on my nerves, man. You know, because it's actual genocide denial when they say that.
Yeah, and something to that effect, and that's some of the arguments I heard as to why the New Deal failed during FDR, because they say, well, it's because he didn't spend enough. That's another way of them saying, like, well, it wasn't really tried. It's like, no, the Social Security was the first thing that we tried that was socialist, and it failed miserably, and now we have the repercussions of it and the war on poverty coming after that. We're going to eradicate poverty in 10 years. So I don't know what it is about this arbitrary 10-year thing, but it's annoying. We gotta deal with global cooling in 10 years, or we're all going to freeze over. It's like, okay, well, it warmed up. It's like, well, then let's just change the argument and just say all the same outcomes, but this time it's hot. So then it became global warming. So then when it cooled again, it's like, oh my goodness, what do we do now? 10 years.
Also ignore their beachfront property.
Yeah, they're buying up the beachfront property. Yes, absolutely. And where are they building their bunkers? Conveniently, in islands that should be technically like flooded when the polar ice caps not according to them. So now with all the everything they flop, it's like, well, you guys never heard of El Nino and La Nina weather phenomena that happen every 20 years? You guys seem to be changing your arguments every time the El Nino and La Nina show up. It's like, so then like, you know what? Just call it climate change, man-made climate change.
Also,
Like,
climate
well,
change is racist.
yeah, apparently. Well, what's not racist today? It's like
Well, the
I don't know.
anti-racist action of separate but equal racial pride stripes in the pride flag, and if you put four of them together, they just so happen to make a swastika. The anti-fascist the anti-racist action of demanding that white people feel uncomfortable. The anti-racist action of the government of subsuming an ethical agenda over the people to ensure that nothing is outside of the state or against the state. Definitely not fascism or anything like that. Just anti-racist action. I shouldn't laugh. It's just so absurd. I shouldn't
I know what
laugh.
you mean. Yeah. But sometimes, what can you do? It's like, uh, that's what comedy used to be for.
Yeah.
To be able to just laugh things away. And now that I kind of mentioned it, um, Norm Macdonald, for those that knew him, passed away today. I don't think anybody knew he was battling cancer, and he's battling apparently for nearly a decade. Well, he's gone, and he was very underappreciated. There was a comedian that spoke actual truth to power.
Oh yeah.
His weekend updates were something to behold. I was too young at the time to even watch or care, but when I grew up, I discovered Norm on my own. He did a great joke with the last stand-up that he did for David Letterman's last show, and I don't care for David Letterman, but I did catch that. It's called the German joke. So for those that are interested, you can look it up. It's hilarious. I'll let him tell it, not spoil it. But yeah, he's gone now. And it's gonna be interesting. Actually, Steven Crowder mentioned it because I think you're familiar with a little bit of Latimer Crowder, but his show.
Not really anymore.
Okay.
I
All
haven't
right.
really
Well,
watched the
he's
show in like 3 years.
Gotcha. Well, he scrapped his episode for tomorrow. He's going to do a tribute to Norm Macdonald. So those that are in the comedy circuit, I guess they know very well why that would be. I guess the closest thing for me for postponing or scrapping anything, I got into all this and getting into political commentary and analysis and all because of Rush Limbaugh, and that was back in, I would say, fall 2003, or the year 2003. And I because I accidentally tuned in to the local affiliate, which was KFIM 640 in Los Angeles. It was accidental because I heard someone somewhere say Rodney Dangerfield is on the radio. I was like, what? Does comedy on the radio? That sounds cool. Like, yeah, from 9 to 12 on AM 640. I was like, well, okay, fine. Then I tuned in, like, this guy's not Rodney Dangerfield, but he's making me laugh, and I like what he says. So hold on, let me stay here a little longer, and I did. So then I started tuning in a lot more. And as I did that, there will be when it goes to commercials. Commercials were always annoying. So then I started changing the dial. And when I came across the 790 KABC in Los Angeles, I heard a voice from someone that says, "The sage from South Central, is Larry
God
Elder."
Emperor himself, Larry Elder.
So then I'm like, who is this guy? And he comes from the same place I do. I mean, I grew up on the border of Compton and Watts before there was a 105 freeway.
Oh,
So that's where I come from. If anybody ever wants to really get a lowdown on what the Rodney King riots were like, I can definitely tell you.
my
I can tell
grandpa
you.
was alive during back then too. He lived there in that area.
Yeah, it was brutal, brutal time. And why their own people burned the black church next to my Spanish church or my Spanish congregation, I'll never know. And the plaza next to that, but they spared our Hispanic church. Go figure. But the point is that I remember the horrors of that time, and it was crazy. So listening to someone, Larry Elder, stage from South Central, and we got a country to save. Let's tee it up. So then I would hear this, like, interesting. It who is this guy? He's very relatable. He went to Crenshaw High School. I went to George Washington Carver Elementary School before I moved and transferred out to Orange County in 1992, 93. And yeah, I've been familiar with Larry Elder ever since. I started listening to him a lot more though, because I stopped listening to radio altogether when I basically got a desk job. And when you get a desk job, it's because I used to be out in the field a lot for construction and things. The thing was, I didn't get to listen to the radio or whatever, because there's people that'll be triggered in the office or whatnot. And like, okay, fine, I'll just listen to my favorite music. And people just loved me queuing up some classical or film score and things like that. So with things like that, I got to get a feel for Larry Elder, and I started tuning into him a lot more when he started putting more of his program out on YouTube. So during the Obama years, I started tuning into him a lot more because I wanted to hear a take from someone that, like me, comes from the streets and can relate to the significance of a minority being president. It's like, wow, we reached a time. I thought that might have been some time for racial unity. Never did I expect that he would be the one to divide us entirely. Like, well, thank you. There goes the chances that I try to give the benefit of the doubt, but I didn't vote for him because of course not. I knew his politics. I knew his socialist background, his anti-American background. But I'm like, but I still want to give a little hope because I'm optimistic of the United States as a whole. And well, not that much later, this is where we are, Obama's third term. So that was the long and short of how I got into Larry Elder. So I was actually disappointed. I mean, it's expected when other recall candidates, the wind in their sails are taken out because this guy announces 1 week before the deadline of the recall to apply that he's joining in. And I'm going to do an analysis of this. Where recall passes or doesn't, I will be dissecting the importance of Larry Elder jumping in because he didn't want to. You couldn't make him. But now that he's in, suddenly all these Republicans hate on him. It's like because he's their competitor. It's like, dude, the recall didn't have a shot if we didn't have someone as high profile like him getting in. And instead of rallying behind, like, look what I found out about Larry Elder. It's like, dude, he's been on the radio for 20 plus years and on TV. He's not hiding who he is. You're just proving you never cared or listened to someone. Say we need more diversity in the conservative sphere. We need other voices. Well, you had one right there. You didn't listen to. Apparently, you didn't care. So yeah, I think a lot of the criticism is unfair that's come from the right against him, which is so pathetic. So it's that really did upset me.
This is something I've been thinking about for a while. We have like the Republican Party is 5 political parties.
Yeah, at least, right?
You have the classical liberals, the libertarians. The people that I guess we'll call would have been Democrats in the previous political paradigm. Like, I guess, like, pre-1994 crime bill, but after Reagan. So I'm talking, like, a very, very small window where I would have possibly maybe-ish voted for a Democrat kind of thing. But then you have, like, there's the classical liberals and the libertarians, like myself, Then there's the... and I just use the word libertarian and classical liberal interchangeably because it's more or less the same thing.
Pretty much.
But because the ANCAPs are in their own party, they have their own caucus that they're trying to get elected and all that stuff. They're trying to do their own thing, right?
Yeah.
But in the Republican Party, then you have the neocons. Now I don't want to get into the other three because I don't need to go into the other three because the neocons were the ones who were attacking Larry Elder.
Yeah, basically.
Because if it was really about party lines and if it was really about trying to replace Newsom, they'd just be like, all right. Well, I'm just gonna get I'm just gonna get a guy into the thing. I changed the Discord link in all the streams to this one because no one was calling it. No one loved whatever. Let me see how this works. But anyway, I might invite him into the call if you would mind having a guest for 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, no, I don't mind. I was about to jump off too, but yeah, go.
You were about to
Yeah,
jump
no,
off.
go ahead.
All right,
That's
but
fine.
anyway, so there's this
It's your stream, dude.
hey, no problem. There was this anyway, so the neocons, they're the ones who are attacking Larry Elder because the neocons is his own separate faction. We like to call them rhinos, Republicans in name only.
Name only.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, and those are the ones that are attacking Larry Elder. You know. Anyway, I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
they called Larry Elder a rhino just because of one thing. Like, oh my goodness. And I have some thoughts to share before I jump off here. So.
Larry Elder a rhino is like calling Nicki Minaj a moral person. It's like, you know.
I totally agree. You're bringing in the other guest now.
I just
Go ahead.
yeah. So then I go to.
I'll let you focus.
Add members of roles. There we go. I'm not the best. I'm not the best with like Discord. Like I could do all the complicated stuff on the internet. Like I made my website myself. You know what? The easy stuff just sucks, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Like just like the act of clicking. Like my mouse disappeared for like a good 5 minutes before he showed up. And like I was spending like the whole time trying to get it back. I went into the other room to get a mouse to come back in and plug it in. It's like, oh god, it has to connect. Wait, I knew that. You know?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm only saying this because he might want to ask you a question too, or whatever. You know?
Oh yeah, sure, not a problem.
All
By
right.
the way, I can only see myself in the video feed. I think it has to do a lot more with the stream than anything else.
Yeah, he's turned what is it? He doesn't have his face on.
That's okay.
And I can't broadcast my face on Discord while his thing's on. So if you if you could hear us, mate, go ahead and exercise your First Amendment right.
He's muted though. There you go.
Of course. Yeah.
Hello, bro.
How's it
Code
going?
Jesus. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Just actually cast my ballot for the gubernatorial.
Nice. Did you elect the Almighty God Emperor himself, Larry Elder?
Hold on, wait.
yeah.
Did he vote yes on the recall? That's the question.
Yeah. Firstly, absolutely, I did vote yes on the recall.
Okay.
And Elder, obviously being the front runner, had to like put my ballot in for him.
Did you
My
vote
mom
for him because you
also-
liked him? Because I like the based God Emperor so much.
To be quite frank with you, I'm not too familiar with I voted in the last election, but I'm not too familiar with politics as a whole
Fair enough.
or Elder. But my mom listens to his radio show pretty much every day, so constantly have him like ringing around the ears.
All right.
But I just don't want any more Newsom. As far as California goes, that's my primary concern. Newsom
Yorsum cum Newsom. You know.
yeah, right. But I was looking for live election footage, and I found you guys' stream, and quite interesting so far.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
looking forward to
Welcome
staying.
to Acropolis News Network, news from the Acropolis. I'm the editor-in-chief because it's my business, and I can give myself whatever name I want because it's my business.
Yeah. And I'm just the guest here. So I'm DeAndre Segovia. My show is the DeAndre Segovia Show. So that's a bunch of other platforms native to California, in South California, also trying to find ways to fix and save the state.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm curious how old your this network is.
Acropolis News. Acropolis News was founded literally yesterday when I finished making the website.
That's awesome.
So that worked out for me pretty well, And I wrote an article on 9/11.
Oh wow.
No, not like about 9/11. Like I published the article on 9/11.
Yeah. Well, to be fair to you, this just Trevor. He was the Trevor report before he morphed it into this. So you've been at this for several months
Yeah,
now.
now I'm just a pundit.
He's just a pundit now. Yeah. Yeah, no, Trevor and I met through Gab, and that's because I ended up putting my show over there too. I started on YouTube about 6 years ago. I cover tech, so I love tech. It just doesn't love me all the time. So I used to do reviews and things from a business perspective because I was tired of all these influencers testing tech for like a week and then giving in their perspective, say, well, it's not an iPhone. Well, it's not trying to be. And then they'll say, well, this is not an Android device. It's an iPhone. Well, no, duh. I was sick of that. So I wanted to give a business perspective. That's how I got started and crossed over 1 million views on my tech review stuff. So I'm like, all right, cool. But eventually I morphed it into becoming my real estate marketing front, but I don't exactly market real estate all the time. It's more like just discussing different ways for people to be able to financial plan better for themselves, and if they're small business owners for themselves, to show how tech can help them work smarter, not harder. So that's the long and short of it. But because sometimes I have to touch on topics that everything's political nowadays. So when you touch on some topics and people come after you or YouTube demonetizes you, I wanted to make sure that I had other places just in case my channel gets disconnected from YouTube. And that's it worked out on the benefit to be able to connect with other like-minded people, such as someone that's quite literally, I think, dude, you're probably Trevor, you're probably like 15 years my younger. So
Wow.
we're talking about maybe a generational gap here, but it also gives me hope for the next generation too.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've been watching the news since I was 4 because I like to hang out with my grandparents because I was at my grandparents' house a lot. And in order to hang out with my grandparents, I basically had to watch the news, you know? So for me, like, I'm pretty sure I'm the only kid in Generation Z that has like very like up in their memories of the war on terror, Occupy Wall Street, and the election of Donald Trump, and just the horrible coverage of him on there. Because in 2015, when I was watching the primaries with my grandparents, I'm like, this guy's hilarious. I love him. Who's Trump? You know, because I didn't grow up in the 90s or whatever, so I had no idea. And so it's just like, wow, this guy's hilarious. It's like, this guy doesn't have the worst positions. But my grandma didn't like him. She was a Ted Cruz guy for whatever reason. You know, my grandpa was a Marco Rubio guy for whatever reason. You know, and I was a Trump guy. You know, but the thing is, like, I wasn't like a Trump guy in the beginning for the policy positions or whatever. Like, once he was president and once I saw that like it was working, I'm like, okay, well, if it works, it works. You know. Just
I hear you there.
I finally started seeing the graphs other than the GDP go up, you know? It started like one of those things where it's like the like CNN was like, Trump claims the economy is doing well, but the GDP is going down. It's like the GDP doesn't measure anything useful.
Yeah,
like,
that almost speaks the
jobs,
same to what the
up,
Dow Jones is.
Jobs up, homelessness down, investment ups, plummets, you know, and it's like GDP is like down slightly. It's like, Trump said we're in this epic recovery, but did you know the Dow Jones is down 1%? It's like, okay.
Yeah, and that's what always upset me about people, because we have a pandemic of low information voters, or single issue voters too.
Not you though. You're good, bro. You're based. You voted yes on the recall. You're based.
Yeah, no. Well, technically, this was a single issue election anyway, so that you did the right thing to vote yes on the recall. That helps save California. But in what happens with the Dow Jones, and you see what happens with the Dow went down and people start panic buying, or not talking about like stocks and things. I'm talking about like actual products out there. And I asked some people, like, did you hear the stock market drop today? It's like, well, do you have any stocks? Well, no, I was thinking about getting some. Then what are you worried about? You don't have any
if the stock
stocks.
market goes down, that's the point. That's the time you buy the stock. That's
Yeah.
a good thing for you if you're thinking of buying stocks.
But some people do confuse the Dow Jones with being the economy instead of actually being the health of certain corporations that trade on Wall Street publicly for their IPOs and things.
or
But
those
then
or the legal colonization. I mean, hedge funds.
well, that too, because then that also became the case. Like, for example, like using a tech example here now, it's with Android. If people don't think Android as its own thing, to them they think, oh, it's a Samsung or an iPhone. It's like, why a Samsung? Well, I heard that that's an Android device. Android isn't Samsung, and Samsung isn't Android either. There's two different operating systems there, but I'm not going to go into the technicalities of it. The point is that Android as its own platform is a service that Google purchased and uses third-party distributors. So that's how it all happened with being able to get all these other original equipment manufacturers to build phones to ultimately have different market shares. But in terms of operating system, at the base was Android, and people don't grasp that. If anything, they just see like, well, the brand. It's a Samsung versus an Apple, or they call it an iPhone. So that's why I say that there's a pandemic of low information voters out there. But now it's worse than ever when you have the oligarchies controlling the flow of information. And unless people do a little more legwork, because I used to say on my show when I used to cover politics just over a decade ago, like fully 24/7, whenever I would do that, I say, "Oh, go do your own research." It's not like that anymore, and it's a very very sad thing. But dude, look, I'm gonna jump off here because I do gotta get going. But I did want to leave a thought that I'm gonna tease here for those that are watching. I was gonna cover this on my channel eventually. It might actually be what I call off the record, so website exclusive, because it won't be YouTube friendly.
I'll make sure to
Because
plug your
of course, the
website because it
guidelines.
also plugs in your RSS feeds and presumably where all your the hub where all your content is anyway. Like I'll never
Absolutely.
plug
Thank you.
like a Silicon Valley link only ever again. You know?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, but it was in respects to this kind of touches on the what you asked me when we did our collaboration at one time, because I did not anticipate what we were going to talk about on your show. I thought we were going to continue a discussion of what we talked about on my show, and I welcomed the program on yours a lot more because that's up my alley. I don't get a chance to talk about that often, so I had great fun. But you asked me one particular question with respects to can all these different denominations of Christianity, say, and Catholicism come together to battle CRT, and I told you it was the other way around. I thought that these churches and denominations were actually pushing forward CRT even more. Well, with respects to the state of the current Republican Party or the GOP, what has upset me, and I see it everywhere, is how can the left, who is comprised of so many different groups that literally cannot get along, just like that protest sign that I saw, Queers for Palestine, that could not be more ironic as to what those people.
Make sense. That's like saying civilized people for cannibalism.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. So if they can all rally under a common cause, though, and we all have a common cause on the right to be able to rally around, and we're not. It's either a single issue we can't agree with, or things like we were talking about with all the hate that was coming after Larry from candidates is expected.
A
But
lady in a gorilla mask threw an egg at him, and no one, aside from a few pundits, insinuated that it was a hate crime, which it obviously is.
it's
You
the
know?
most. It was the racist hate crime caught on video, and instead, LA Times shares a picture of a picture that they try to make it look like Larry Elder was slapping a white woman, and that was the altercation the police were investigating. No, it was a white woman in a ape costume egging him on camera.
Yeah.
But
And here's the
it's
thing:
it's amazing.
as a liberal, I would never say white woman. You know, I would say I've been saying it the whole time, even on the stream. A lady threw an egg at Larry Elder while wearing a gorilla mask. This way, I could say that it was about racism without bringing up the race, because I don't believe in racial power, because I'm not a racial supremacist, unlike the L.A. Times. I shouldn't get upset about that again. I already got upset about it. All right, I'll talk to you later, mate.
Yeah, sure thing. So thanks for having me on, and
no problem.
I'll see you around.
Yes. Bro, Code, you want to stick around, cause you still got like 5 whole minutes, mate.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I'm obviously not too familiar with I'm a journalism student right now. At a college here in LA.
Yeah.
So I guess in that regard, like I completely understand your take on it, and like being raised conservative, I certainly understand your aspect and where you guys are coming from, because my parents think identical to you guys, and so do I for the most part. I think there's too much of a divide in statewide politics pertaining to California in particular. But there's so many more, liberals, obviously, because we have like so many major cities here. That the the eastern central part of California is just kind of like voiceless aside from like their one or two county or like House of Representatives in Congress. But it's kind of a shame to see what California is turning into under the rule of Newsom. I mean, the state caught fire, the state shut down completely. They're telling people that you have to get vaccinated forcibly, or else you participate in common life, which I think is a violation of the First Amendment. But just
it's also a violation of Roe versus Wade, unironically, and that was a cool part to be able to rant and rave about it. Roe versus Wade mentions a right to medical privacy 26 times. Oh. You know?
Wow.
So, yeah. You could just... And here's the thing. These people aren't liberals. You know? Like, I've been hammering this home. There is a actual philosophy to classical liberalism. And it's the works of Thomas Paine, Martin Luther King Jr., Frederick Douglass. It is in the... there's so many others. The Whig Party that was in Britain, and the Whig Party in the United States. There is a long history of what we can officially call non-racism, individual sovereignty, not freedom of the will. You know, there's all this stuff, and here's the crazy part. Then there's and this is one of the things. Like, I will never make a Twitter account because there are some of these people. Like, they literally call themselves, it's called being a rad lib on Twitter for whatever reason. And that's what they're referring to all this, it formerly known as social justice back when I first heard about it 5 years ago. But now it's being called, it's called woke. You're either woke or you're not woke. But basically, it's completely illiberal. Liberals don't think of themselves in regards to race like this. You know, it's a product of post-enlightenment thinking and all this stuff. It's just one of those things where I don't know, because I do kind of blame Rush Limbaugh for this. And you brought up that these people are liberals. A liberal would never be in favor of the state forcing you to do something.
Absolutely.
No, a libertarian wouldn't do that, and a conservative wouldn't do that. We need to start calling these people leftists.
Yeah.
You know?
That's the more common term, conservatives nowadays.
It should be the most common term in the English language at this point. You know?
And you brought up you go back to like the core of liberalism, which I found really interesting. Which essentially, I mean, like what we know as classical, or like what you refer to as classical liberalism, essentially stepped from the roots of federalism, with its great proponent, Alexander Hamilton, like larger government influence and so forth. But over the course of nearly 300 years, 250 years almost, I guess the world, we've become too progressive in our tendencies, or that side of the aisle has become too progressive in their tendencies. So much so that the individual liberties, which were once taken for granted, not too long ago, are starting to become fighting points for sort of side of the aisle.
Yeah, this is because leftists or communists or whatever term, progressives, whatever terms you want to use, they all kind of overlap in various ways. They're more freedom of the will. And the problem with that is you can't have absolute freedom of will, because the only group to ever have absolute freedom of will, we call those people tyrants. You know? So when they say, I have a right to live, basically that's them asserting their will. When we assert our freedom of agency, we say things like, my body, my choice, I have a right to choose whether or not I get the vaccine or whatever. My doctor straight up told me no, he will not prescribe me the vaccine. Because I have pre-existing health conditions, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to talk to your doctor. Well, because I'm anti-vaccine mandates, not anti-vaccine, and because my doctor refused to give me the vaccine, which I don't even have to talk about this anyway, because again, the right to medical privacy is mentioned 26 times in Roe versus Wade, but whatever,
Very surprising. And
yeah.
Good point of contradictory. I guess a good point of contradiction. on the part of Roe versus Wade being the abortion settlement.
No, but that's the main argument as to in Roe versus Wade as to why Jane Roe has the right to an abortion. That's where arguments like her body, her choice, doctor-patient confidentiality, that's where all this stuff comes from. It comes from Roe versus Wade, and I did this on stream. You can go back and watch it. I did it like 3 hours ago. It's just number 10. It's like two sentences. She has a right to medical privacy, and because she has a right to medical privacy, that means all American citizens have a right to medical privacy. And as an American citizen, and presumably you're also an American citizen, right?
Yes, sir.
Right to medical privacy. Boom. Problem solved. These are our rights, I've been saying lately that Michael Malice is my spirit animal. Do you know who that is?
I'm unfamiliar.
Michael Malice is like an anarchist, but he's like the good kind of anarchist that isn't an insane lunatic, basically.
Yeah.
He basically makes the argument that all forms of anarchy are essentially my rights are not up for debate. And you know what? They're not. They're not up for debate. They're inherent to me. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to debate you. I'm just going to insert my freedom of will.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to assert my freedom of agency. Because that is what I do. If and this applies with literally everything. If I tell an edgy joke right now, and you get offended by it, I have the right to freedom of agency to make that joke, right? And you have the freedom to not take that well, right? But just because you don't take that well doesn't mean you can have your ethical agenda work in tandem with the state to ensure that nothing is outside or against that ethical agenda, like a fascist,
Very, very good point. And the thing, liberals always point to right wing people on the right side of the aisle being fascist. But the term fascist, I mean, so much as it pertains to the right wing, or so much as like literally it pertains to the right wing, can generally be used for in exchange, like exchangeably for the word tyrant. Because fascists just want power, much like tyrants.
Well, no, not I recommend you read the writings of Steve Sternhill, because I've been really crusading against this. It's very illuminating, and I talked about this with Andres when he was on. The writings of Steve Sternhill essentially make the point very crystal clear. Steve Sternhill was a Polish Jew, but in Poland during the time of the Soviet Union and the Nazis, so he kind of faced the crap from everything, right? But he makes the argument in there that essentially all forms of fascism, including National Socialism, right, came from a revelation in the early 1920s among the Marxists, which is that the proletariat is not a revolutionary force. Now, as a non-socialist like you and me, we don't have to. That's obvious to us. But because these people are consumed with ideology, they essentially realized, our ideology is stupid. It makes no sense. Our fundamental component will never happen, right? So what they essentially did was they're like, okay, so we need a vanguard to author in the revolution, and this is where vanguard politics comes from, for the most part. And this is where Marxist-Leninism and Stalinism, which is just Marxist-Leninism that succeeds, right? And what happened was, broadly speaking, Eastern Europe, and by extension the Soviet Union and all its little also Soviet states, right? They chose like Bolshevism, basically, which is the all-encompassing term for Stalinism and Marxist-Leninism. The Germans, because I'm not an expert on German culture, but for whatever reason, the Germans tend to systematize everything, right? They broadly speaking took the fascist ideology from France, right? And they systematized it. So National Socialism, like it's in the word, it's a socialist revolution where the nation is the vanguard to author in that revolution, right? The Italians, the Fascismo, they essentially chose what we could argue as their version of it was essentially they incorporated it into their society, because continental Europe is a lot more touchy-feely than the United States. You know,
Yeah.
it's very like human being. Like if an Italian sees an Italian, you know, that's essentially what happened to Andrew Cuomo. He got canceled for being too Italian for the most part. You know, so
Yeah.
pretty much. And
Yeah.
they, I shouldn't joke about that, but
Yeah. No.
yeah,
The
so
Italian audience.
they kind of had their, so they kind of did that, and the French basically went, "Dear God, what have you done?" And what happened was the conservatives and the liberals in France, they're the reason why France, even though fascism originates in France, that's why it has the SC to make the sh sound, right?
Okay.
It's a fascism is a French word. It's a French word that derives from France for French post-Marx philosophy, right? And the ones who did it, in France, they were essentially like, "Oh God, what have you done?" And then that's when the conservatives and the liberals more or less basically just went, "Haha, screw you. See, we told you this was bad." You know? But fascism, there's nothing right-wing about fascism aside from the weird aesthetics of like some weird proto-nationalist aesthetic.
Yeah.
You know, like
that's-
a nationalist in Germany and Italy, right? Like a national socialist or a fascist from those countries could never ever say could never ever look at to something like the United States. The idea of a multiracial country, a fascist and an Italian fascist and a Nazi cannot conceive of those things on a conceptual level, because it's just the skin suit of relations with the fellow human being. That's what the Nazis wear. So there's this joke that I made on I call them video essays because I don't know what else to call them, but it was mainly a comedy sketch or whatever, where I essentially made the argument that when socialists say, "Hey, you know, we're doing anti-fascist action or whatever," right? That is them effectively saying, "We may be diarrhea, but if you side with us, we promise to get rid of the manure," right? But the thing is, I don't want either one of those. I want a nice, juicy, delicious, you know, ice cream Oreo cookie cake. You know?
Yeah.
Everybody likes those. Everybody likes a little bit of conservatism. Everybody likes a little bit of liberalism. You know? We get away from the poop. You know?
Yeah.
It's a crude joke, but it's effective, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Um.
Thank you for being the first guy to join the Discord server and not be like one of like the designated guests or whatever, and actually join in and call instead of being incredibly nervous and then leave. I appreciate it. You'd be surprised how many people joined in and then left at the second they realized that I had to do it one at a time, and they just let them in.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah. No. I mean, I have to kill time somehow.
So the good news,
I mean,
good news is I'm about to get into the coverage, and I'm just gonna end it because I had no idea they weren't gonna be counting anything until they had all the stuff. You know,
I kind of figured it was something like that. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's still at 0, and since I've been streaming for what is it, 6 hours now?
Wow.
Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 minutes and for 5 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm just gonna end it here. Thank you so much to the consistent 5 viewers on Odysee that have been here for 4 hours, even when I just got the video slide thing saying we'll be right back for half of it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the people who were on YouTube that stuck around on YouTube, and also to the people who kept bouncing back. This is the first stream, probably of many, but the thing is, I don't really like streaming, so it's not the first of many because I'm probably never gonna do this again. So yeah, thank you all for showing up. Thank you to the guests that came on, and thank you, Bro Code Jesus or Bro Code Jesus, for joining. Say bye. You know, want to plug in any of your socials, or do you don't because you don't want to fear because you fear a targeted harassment campaign or cancel culture, whichever you prefer.
I am very afraid of those. And thank God there are only there's only a handful of viewers on this because all my friends are quite liberal. And if they heard me agreeing with this, that would probably be the end of our friendship. But then again, they're probably not real friends.
Yeah.
Anyways, Have a great day.
All right,
Really,
you too, mate. I'm gonna end the stream there, and yeah, be sure to watch. If be sure to check out acropolisnews.com. This is where I do all my. It's the hub where all my content is, including articles and stuff like that. Be sure to also check out this just Trevor on Odysee, TJT Culture on Odysee, and Acropolis News, and on Acropolis News on Minds, Acropolis News on Odysee, and Acropolis News on YouTube, where I just get some stock footage, and these videos for Acropolis News are under 5 minutes long. They have some stock footage and some stock music with some words on the screen to essentially just give you a unopinionated rundown of current events. And then I also have my analysis that I do on my other channels at TJT Culture and at this just Trevor. In the meantime, make sure you check all those out, and I'll see you